Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thematic session 3 will start in a few minutes, 5 minutes. So may I respectfully request you to take your seats.
Good morning, distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 8th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and AI Transformation for the 2030 Agenda, Fostering Transformative Actions for Innovating Public Services. My name is Haekyung Shelly Choi. I am a Senior Program Management Assistant of the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is a part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA.
My name is Praveen Maharjan, Program Management Expert of United Nations Project Office on Governance of DPIDG UNDESA.
We'd like to thank you all for your active participation and engaging discussions on the first day. Before we start the session, we have a few announcements. First, the program booklet, presentations, videos, and selected photos from the first day are being uploaded on our symposium website. So after the symposium, we will upload more photos and materials on that webpage. For our on-site participants, please scan the QR codes that are on your table to access the materials.
Without delay, let us commence our first session, thematic session 3, focusing on resilient communities, AI for early warning system and resilience. I would like to invite Ms. Loretta Hever-Gerada, Chief of Risk Knowledge Monitoring and Capacity Development Branch, UNDRR, to the stage. Please welcome Ms. Hever with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, to be speaking about what I consider to be one of the most exciting issues right now in the disaster risk reduction space. So my name is Loretta Heber-Gerada. I'm the Chief of Risk Knowledge at the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. But I'm also the lead for Pillar 1, which is on risk knowledge, for the Early Warnings for All initiative. So you can understand why this issue of how artificial intelligence can help us better understand the risks associated with natural hazards and using that information to enhance early warning systems is so important for us today. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this session on resilient communities, AI for early warning systems, and resilience. First, I'd like to quickly provide an overview and focus of the session. We know, all of us, that we have a rising number of extreme weather events and other crises, and that the traditional methods of collecting and analyzing data are often insufficient to allow us to have the proper evidence we need to put in place performant early warning systems. We also know that artificial intelligence, machine learning, can really help us reshape that reality. It can bring to countries, resource-constrained countries, countries that may have data but have gaps in the ability to analyze that data. It can bring technology that can offer real-time insights, smarter predictions, and faster response capabilities. And we are seeing the good use of AI, but I also know that these tend to be projects at this point. And what we don't really have is scaled up capacity to fully harness the potential of artificial intelligence to support better early warning systems and better risk reduction measures. There has been an urgent call from the Secretary General for universal coverage of early warning systems by 2027. So this is the Early Warnings for All initiative. But let me also remind you that in July, the UN Secretary General also issued a call to action on extreme heat, recognizing that the warming planet is having devastating consequences in countries, leading to increased mortality. And we should also be thinking about how AI can help us better understand heat patterns and the potential impacts, especially on the most vulnerable communities. So this session aims to explore the critical role of AI-based solutions in enhancing early warning systems and in building resilient communities. The session will showcase successful application in mitigating the impacts of natural hazards, emphasize the importance of integrating AI into national and local disaster risk management frameworks, but also we need to look at what are some of the challenges of deploying AI for DRR, because there are some challenges and they relate to the quality of the data on which the machine learning is based, and also whether or not there's equitable distribution of this new technology around the world. We will have 3 presentations from our distinguished speakers. Each speaker will be allocated 15 minutes for the presentation, and we would ask the speakers to please keep it to time. And then we will have another half hour or so for questions. And I really hope that this will be an interactive session. That's where often the best learning takes place. So it is now my pleasure to invite our first speaker to the session, Dr. David Green. Dr. Green is the Director for Science and Technology Innovation, Transition and Integration Systems at Green Resilience Insights, and also the Senior Technical Advisor to the Western Fire Application Centers and Earth Fire Alliance. He's a former Program Manager for NASA's Earth Science Applied Sciences, Wildfires, and DRR Resilience Program areas. So the floor is yours, Dr. Green.
Hello, there we go. And the presentation is up, great. Well, good morning, and again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've got a long career working on early warning systems, working with the UN and partners across the Pacific, Asia, into East Africa, and so there's many common areas that we have shared interest. I want to provide some insights from my experience over the last 20 years working with NASA, NOAA, and others in early warning systems. So we'll talk about AI today and tomorrow. I want to be looking forward of where things are and what we have to build from. We heard a lot yesterday about closing the digital divide, about the fact that we have so much more data and information to share, to connect, to link, and tell a better story. From early warnings, there's really a change in the paradigm from when I started many years ago, when it was just about the hazard. And it was thought good enough to tell people there's a hazard on the way, good luck. And very often those were the tools and the knowledge and the extent we had. But now we're talking about knowledge platforms, as we just heard, and I'll refer to that evolution from data to information, to knowledge, to the wisdom, to the insight to take appropriate actions. And I'll respond, and I've provided a lot of detail to the guiding questions, but I won't read all of them. I'll leave that information for your insight or value. So early warning systems, particularly for the goal of resilience, of sustainability, are going to be heavily influenced by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence itself is not new. It's been around in the computer science world, technology world for a while, but it's really this gathering of information through large language models, through conversational AI and generative AI, that more people have become engaged in the early warning. And therefore, initiatives like Early Warning for All really does mean all. It means that these emerging capabilities will take AI full advantage, these new opportunities. Disaster knowledge really addresses risk, and risk is more than the hazard. It means that it includes exposure, vulnerability, particularly of different communities and different status and different histories and different culture, as well as the coping capacity, the capacity to respond to, prepare for, and act accordingly. In order to do that, we can forecast situations, but we can also forecast now scenarios that will tell us the potential impacts. So we can improve warning dissemination and the risk impact guidance that goes out and strengthen how people will prepare and how people will be capable of responding. The idea of developing capacity has also changed because it requires a lot more collaboration across different disciplines. It's not just emergency managers anymore. It's not just weather services anymore. But it's the food suppliers and the transportation departments. It's the United Nations and civil society groups, Red Cross movement and humanitarian assistance all coming together to create an integrated set of early warning products. Therefore, it's also creating new careers and new opportunities. So schools and educational programs, training, and outreach is also evolving. So AI needs rules and regulations, though. As we discussed yesterday, AI is only as good as the information it ingests. It can still create ethical issues because while we need to trust the information, it's changing so quickly. So we need to have information that matches the level of our understanding and our preparedness to trust it. And we also need to understand who is helping validate it and what's the history and confidence in that information. Therefore, this type of dialogue is essential. The role of the UN and bodies that can bring the different stakeholders together to build the trust that can bring a meteorologist and a hydrologist and an agricultural person, an ethicist with an anthropologist, all into the same room at the same time to understand that this will happen. And then AI allow us to actually speak the same language, ask the questions we want to ask without necessarily being that expert in the room. So educating all areas of government, business, not just technology, but all manner of human and social innovation. Generative AI, as many of us have become familiar with, and particularly the young generation, very fluent and almost a new language, is improving early warning because it's improving the ability to interpret what that message, that visual is saying. And it's being co-developed. It is not just being developed by some entity that we don't know, but it's ones that we can and should and must co-develop together. That's the ethical way, it's the moral way, but it's also the effective way. So multi-sector stakeholders are actively exploring ways that artificial intelligence, means machine learning, can reach communities. Communities all have different questions, different concerns. Am I going to have my food supply? If I evacuate, do I evacuate to a place that's actually safer than where I am now? When this early warning happens, do I take a different road, or do our trains stop? Do our ports stay open? Does my fishery close down? And when does it reopen? The early warning is no longer just the beginning, but it is a story of the entire event from beginning to end. And that's the nature of the change of early warning. So we get this increasing higher value of getting towards knowledge. So first of all, the practices and rules and policies around open data. That has changed. There are many commitments, but open data means we can share it and trust it. We know the provenance, where does it come from, and who owns it. We can take advantage of different technologies and methodologies, cloud computing and frontier technologies of visualization. But then we have to integrate it and make it interoperable, so standards of practice around early warning. And then the risk to benefit. I've coined a term called return on resilience. How much do I invest to get a certain amount of resilience back? And what does that actually look like when I've achieved it? And therefore we can go to adaptive management, working collectively together, because even the sustainable goals are goals. They're not endpoints. They're the directions we go in, and we have to adapt to them. So there's this hierarchy of information and knowledge moving towards wisdom and insight to the decision making. And artificial intelligence feeds us into this increasing hierarchy of capabilities that I'm showing here. And we must also ask the questions of who are making those decisions. When I worked early warnings, as I was explaining to someone earlier, tsunami warnings across the Indian Ocean many years ago, and then monsoons and typhoons and flood warnings and wildfire warnings, you need to understand decisions are made by people. It sounds silly in a way, but you have to consider gender. You have to consider demography. How old is someone? Is it a young person, an older person? Is it the elder in a community, the mayor, the governor? Who is making those decisions and what convinces them that this is trustworthy? So I'll take a few moments, go through some of those guiding questions and just highlight the information. And as I said, I've left this for you. So how can AI-driven early warning be effective? I'll also remind you, yesterday I talked about AI is not a tool. A tool is a passive thing we pick up, we use, and put back in the toolbox. AI is an agent of transformation. It's an agent of change. So AI-driven early warning. So AI is better at diagnosing all the different conditions that could happen. We need the help of AI to put the full story together, the human elements, the data, the models, and the trends, the economic risks, and the social factors. AI can help us collect and process all this information and turn that data into that information, the visualization, the language that's appropriate for us to understand at the level that's appropriate for interpretation. And it has the potential to enhance early warning of the impacts, again, so we can prepare. But how can AI be effectively integrated into existing systems and frameworks? It needs to reach communities. Communities need to define what they mean by resilience. So conversational AI is the idea that we can ask the questions we really want to ask. As someone at NASA, I know many people would come to us and they think they'd have to ask us a very technical question. I'm looking for this type of data. And I'd say, is that really what you're looking for? Is that really what you want? What you want is a warning. Just tell me what you want. That's what conversational AI will enable us. Whether you're a farmer, a governor, a UN official, it will allow us to ask the question we want and then that information processed. There is, as I said, job carving and new creations of new types of careers and opportunities. We will be able to integrate numerical modeling and statistical modeling and things that we've done over many years, but also now include financial models, insurance and loss, and therefore do things like forecast-based, small responses early, then large responses and expensive responses later. AI can assist us in that education and outreach. It can help us understand who are the actors in a community. So an early warning system, when we struggle with, we've created it, but who do we send it to? We can start asking the questions. Who needs to receive that? And it's surprisingly broad and rich. What are the ethical implications? Well, as I said, we need to co-design because it's very easy to misinterpret what a society, a community specifically needs. What is the definition of a community? Many communities, towns, villages, municipalities actually have their own culture. It's unique, whether you're from an island nation, a mountain area, a sea and coastal community, one near a forest or near an urban center. You're a community, but your community has different needs and wants, and AI can help us build that basic foundation, but also tailor it. Of course, there's deep fakes out there and hallucinations and all kinds of tricks that can be done with AI, and we will have to put in place the guidance, the rules, and the confidence, and the experts to supervise these rules. The roles of international bodies may be to help promote those discussions of who are the supervisors of the system, but not necessarily the builders. Government agents that traditionally built and delivered early warning may have a new role and not be the authoritative voice that they once were, because others can provide that authority, but maybe governments have a new role in the guidance and the supervision. When you get to talk about communities, again, you need to bring it to a human scale. So the idea of scaling information that might be regional, this is a regional meeting. So what is the unique attributes of an early warning system that might be global, but different regionally? What binds us and defines us as a region? And then what defines us as a community? And so the early warning and AI can help us with scaling. We talk a lot about misinterpretations of what is vulnerable. And we need to develop case studies. So the idea of ethics and AI and early warning and making it equitable and inclusive, I think will be promoted through pilots, which will show what's feasible. And then I like to talk about demonstrations, which is really proving the case with a valued partner. What are the ethical implications that can ensure these technologies will be transparent, inclusive? What are the key challenges impeding the effective adoption? So as I said, we can have all this great technology, solutions, conferences and things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be used. It needs to be accessible. It needs to be created. Yesterday we talked a little bit about sandboxes. Sandbox is a concept where people can come together and try things out without fear of being limited by, say, government regulations or rules, but can actually have the time to build confidence, trust, personal relationships, expert relationships. And those sandboxes can help us prove out that the AI-driven early warning is indeed more effective, more useful, but with appropriate guardrails. Investments in cloud computing or supercomputing that might be suitable for one country may not be something that a community can afford. Or they might ask for grants and proposals and processes that may be more complicated than they can prove that they're actually eligible for. I work with a lot of communities and they want AI and digital twins with the idea that we as a community think we're eligible for help to develop adaptive plans, to put in early warning systems. But we don't even have the ability to make the case for what we need. So AI and true partnerships can help us develop those packages of information, which will then unleash appropriate priorities and appropriate targeting. And as we've also talked about, roadmaps. Things don't happen overnight. An early warning system that is very advanced can mature further. An early warning system that is just launching may overstep its expectations and put in place an observing system, a warning system, alarms that they can't manage, and you come back and visit 3 or 4 years later and nothing's working. So you need to make sure that you have the right approach that fits the function, the purpose, and the expectations. So let me conclude with a few more comments. Ensure the public policies will enable free, immediate, equitable access. I can also mention that there are new partners, and I discussed yesterday, there's a lot of people who came out of the technology private sector who want and have the knowledge to help. Many of them have created nonprofits and philanthropies that are now stepping into the early warning space because governments are not moving fast enough. There's philanthropies creating satellite systems, communication systems, ground-based systems, and reaching in, working with non-governmental agencies and nonprofits, but just new players. Crowdsourcing, individuals. We have a program late in this agenda here about the youth, but the youth, as I mentioned yesterday, are going to own these systems. They're going to create these systems. A system that we said is going to take us 10 years to build, you realize that the 10-year-old now is going to be 20 years old when that system is ready to operate? So we need to think about who is actually the players. I talk about minimizing innovation theater. Innovation theater is kind of the delusion that we have some great technology that's going to solve all the problems. Technology has a place. And so developing that. Early warning also means timely. Now, during COVID, one of the things we learned was that different sources of information come in at different times. So we're very familiar with the meteorology community, the weather community, that often gives us that forecast of the storm, the forecast of the typhoon, the forecast of that tsunami. But then we look at the impacts and we say, well, what about health? Well, health data doesn't come out maybe for another month, another year. So how are we going to connect an early warning to knowing if we're going to protect our health unless we have more real-time synchronized information? Or if I need to evacuate and I need information from another agency, the World Food Program, the direct relief for medical supplies, or someone else, can we synchronize? So real-time information. So it's not just open data, but it's timely data. And then updated data, because we learn. An early warning is not a one-shot effort. An early warning with AI can help us also flag when we don't realize today is, hey, we have fresh information. We have fresh knowledge. In fact, when we got into this, I remember for the typhoon, we had predicted 20,000 homes are going to be affected and flood waters are going to get there. And then we flew the next satellite over and we're like, oh no, it's 120,000. And we needed to quickly update all that information and then update the response and update all the players. And so that early warning timeliness and AI helping us to keep the information fresh, lively, dynamic. We can use the cloud and generative. Lots of things that are developed at universities, small companies, pilot projects don't get shared. So part of AI with cloud computing allows us to take information that may be sitting under someone's desk at a university, at a college, at an emergency center, make it available in the cloud so other people can grab a hold of it. We've never been able to do that before, but now moving things into an environment that everyone has access to. That's part of this AI story as well. So we can anticipate impacts, and that's an exciting time for AI, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Green. And I'd like to come back to this point that you made. AI is not a tool, it is an agent of change. I think that's a really interesting phrase that we need to dig a little bit deeper into. And what does this mean for early warning systems, but also for the global effort to build resilience in the face of a changing climate? So thank you so much for that presentation, and I would now like to invite our second speaker, who is actually joining us online. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Tomonori Hiroki, who is the Director for Planning and Coordination of the Office of the Governor for Policy Planning of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government in Japan. Mr. Hiroki has been working for the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for more than 20 years in 10 different departments, so he has a diverse experience, but currently he's driving policies on the SDGs. His presentation will focus on unlocking the potential for AI for early warning systems through partnerships and stakeholder engagements. So let us now welcome Mr. Hiroki.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to have an opportunity to cover initiatives, in particular for the Tokyo Resilience Project that incorporate advanced technologies. Let's get on to the business. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. This is an overview of the Tokyo Resilience Project. To further enhance the safety and the security of the city, we are working on measures to address 5 risks shown in the left side that Tokyo faces: flooding from storms and heavy rains, earthquakes, impacts of volcanic ash from eruptions, disruptions to electricity and communication, and infectious diseases. We are implementing policies from both hardware and software aspects to achieve a resilient and sustainable city that will remain safe for the next 100 years. Next slide, please. This shows the topography of Tokyo from west to east. There are mountainous areas, hilly areas, plains, and lowlands leading Tokyo Bay. Next, please. Next slide, please. Typhoons approaching Japan tend to move in a circular pattern from the south in the autumn, increasing the likelihood of widespread heavy rain, strong winds, and storm surges. Next slide, please. Please look at the diagram on the right. It enlarges the eastern and coastal areas of Tokyo. The areas in red indicate high flood risk. For reference, please see the black and white photo at the bottom of the slide. This photo is over 70 years old and shows the significant flood damage that occurred in eastern Tokyo in the past. Nowadays, flood control measures have proven effective, and it is unlikely that such extensive damage would occur in the city. Next slide, please. Here are measures against storm and flood damage. Typhoons and heavy rains are expected to increase and become more intense due to climate change. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government is taking measures in anticipation of increased rainfall. The photo shows regulating reservoirs being constructed as a countermeasure against external flooding. Its diameter is up to 12.5 meters. Next slide, please. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government is taking proactive measures to ensure that people living in coastal areas can live safely, considering future sea level rise due to climate change. Next slide, please. The upper photo shows efforts to raise the height of seawalls. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government is progressively raising the height of seawalls to cope with sea level rise up to about 0.6 meters and powerful typhoons due to climate change. The lower photo shows initiatives for AI-assisted water level predictions. Details will be explained on the following page. Next slide, please. I assume that this and the next slide are of most interest to you, so I'll explain them relatively in detail. By utilizing AI predicted water level changes, we assist the staff in accurately operating water gates during storm surges caused by typhoons and other events. We are developing an AI model that predicts water level fluctuations using past data on water levels and atmospheric pressure as training data. By repeatedly comparing and verifying the predicted values with the actual values, we strive to improve the accuracy of our predictions. In particular, when a typhoon approaches, the discrepancy between predicted and actual values is significant. Therefore, we have conducted real-time predictions during actual typhoon-induced tide level changes and have verified the accuracy and analyzed factors causing prediction errors. The awareness of the problem that led to the initiation of this effort is that incidents of damage being exacerbated due to reverse flow caused by operational errors in gate operations are occurring in various locations. One of the underlying reasons is that many veteran employees are reaching retirement age and retiring in large numbers, leading to a younger age structure among the staff. This results in a lack of experience and a decline in technical skills among the employees. Even under such circumstances, we believe that utilizing AI, which can make calm and objective judgment without relying on the knowledge and experience of on-site personnel, is crucial to minimize the damage. Moreover, we have installed live sea cameras and provide information through the storm surge disaster response information system, allowing inhabitants to check the sea conditions and aiding in their appropriate evacuation in the event of storm surges. Additionally, to quickly assess damage and facilitate rapid emergency restoration in case of disasters, we use drones to inspect the coastal protection facilities. In addition to visually controlled drone flights, we are also conducting flight tests with autonomous flights in accordance with technological developments, aiming for future remote inspections. Next slide, please. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government has a system to provide real-time rainfall information to inhabitants to ensure prompt and safe evacuation. Rainfall intensity is color-coded into 10 stages and displayed in 150-meter grid cells. With this system, you can check the rainfall from 2 hours before the current time. This system was deployed by the Bureau of Sewerage, Tokyo Metropolitan Government. The system was introduced in 1988 with the purpose of utilizing it for pump operation management to quickly grasp rainfall conditions in the sewerage field and protect the city from flooding. Since 2002, we have been providing real-time rainfall information to help residents prepare for flooding caused by heavy rain. Please allow me to make a little detailed explanation. The Bureau of Sewerage owns radar-based stations and has adopted the radar rain gauge system. The radar rain gauge system observes the intensity and area of rain using the straight line propagation of waves and their reflective nature when hitting obstacles. By combining rainfall information over an area of approximately 119 kilometers east to west and 120 kilometers north to south, centered on Tokyo, we monitor rainfall situations over a wide area. Since the topic has shifted to sewerage dedicated systems, I don't have slides prepared, but I'll also introduce our efforts to support the operation of rainwater pumps in the sewerage system using AI to prevent inland flooding. In recent years, due to frequent heavy rains and increasingly larger typhoons, a large volume of rainwater is flowing into the pump stations in a short period of time. The operators need to quickly and accurately determine when to activate the rainwater pumps while keeping track of various information, such as rainfall data systems and water levels within the pump station. Given the significant burden of the operators during rainy weather, we are working on technological development to appropriately support the decision making for activating rainwater pumps, even for less experienced personnel, similar to the use of AI for water gate operation. Next, in the photo on the right, you can see that many rivers in Tokyo rapidly increase in water level during the heavy rain. Therefore, we have installed river surveillance cameras and are live streaming the river conditions 24 hours, 7 days to support inhabitants' evacuation actions. Regarding the river cameras, some people might wonder if it is possible to check the footage at night, given that wind and weather disasters can strike at any time, day or night. To explain this point, the infrared illuminators work in conjunction with the cameras, allowing for very clear images even at night, enabling detailed monitoring of the situation. Moreover, the cameras are equipped with hoods and wipers on the lens, ensuring a stable operation regardless of weather conditions. While some might be concerned that merely showing the situation via river cameras could cause anxiety and confusion among residents, We are taking measures to appropriately prompt evacuation actions by providing multiple sources of information, not just the camera footage. Specifically, the footage from the river cameras is made available as part of comprehensive water disaster response information managed by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. This system provides footage from river cameras as well as observation data on rainfall, river water levels, tide levels, etc. In addition, information such as landslide warning and flood forecasts are displayed in real time, including warnings and advisories from the authorities. By disseminating various types of information comprehensively, we are working to enable residents to make appropriate decisions regarding the evacuation. Next slide, please. The areas shown in brown on the map indicate high landslide risk. In Tokyo, especially in the western mountainous areas, there is a significant risk of landslides. We are advancing efforts to install surveillance cameras on roads at risk of landslides in such areas, enabling the automatic detection of slope abnormalities. We have also begun machine learning for image recognition using AI. We are also advancing efforts to install small sensors capable of detecting slight movements of slopes, allowing for the rapid detection of abnormalities. Furthermore, information from surveillance camera images and small sensors will be certainly managed by the road monitoring system platform. This enables prompt information sharing among stakeholders, allowing for shift and accurate instructions for road closures and recovery operations on site. Next slide, please. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government utilizes satellite observation data to effectively monitor 5 wide areas for improper land alternations due to the land development. This initiative began after improper embankments in other regions of Japan caused extensive landslide damage. Japan has enacted laws to regulate dangerous embankments. However, improper embankments are often done in less visible areas like mountains, making it difficult to monitor them solely through human patrols, hence the use of digital technology. Specifically, we analyze differences in satellite data from different observation periods to identify areas where the terrain has been altered. If suspicious embankments are detected, we conduct investigations using drones and on-site inspections by staff. If corrective action is necessary, we issue recommendations for correction to prevent landslide risk in advance. This initiative has been fully operational since this fiscal year. Next slide, please. Yes, that's for more. For more details about the project, please refer to the QR code. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Ms. Moderator, back to you.
Thank you very much. I mean, we all know that Japan is a leader in disaster risk reduction. It's a country that faces many different disaster threats, so it's really great to see all of the innovations and the technology being deployed to handle the various threats, and to hear about the key strategies in predicting typhoon impacts using AI or enhancing the seawalls to counter sea level rise. Using AI-aided forecasts for water level changes. So really exciting innovations happening, and I'm eager to hear a little bit more during our conversations about how some of these technologies may be picked up by other countries around the world as well. So it's now time to move on to our third and final speaker. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Miskanau Teshkager Abaje, who is a disaster risk management research and training advisor from the Ethiopian Disaster Risk Management Commission. Mr. Abeje also teaches and mentors postgraduate students at the University of Juba, South Sudan, and the University of Hargeisa. And Mr. Abeje has over 13 years' experience in disaster risk management, early warning systems, adaptation, emergency management, and humanitarian action. And he's also the co-author of the Ethiopian Multi-Hazard Impact-Based Early Warning and Early Action Roadmap, which I might say I had the pleasure of assisting in its launch in Addis Ababa in December last year. It's a very impressive piece of work that took place over several months of consultation, a true multi-sector endeavor. So welcome, and we're very eager to hear your presentation.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much, Loretta, for moderating this session. Thank you very much also to the organizers for inviting us to speak on this particular important session on AI for e-learning system. And I'm very much also pleased to meet Loretta, who has really supported the Ethiopian Disaster Risk Management Commission, particularly on that workshop where you have contributed a lot in terms of advancing risk knowledge as one pillar of Ethiopian multi-hazard impact-based e-learning early action system, as well as e-learning for all. For today's presentation, I will try to give you a highlight from the African perspective, where I will give you highlights on the experience that we have from Ethiopia, as well as what AI can really offer in terms of improving the whole ecosystem of e-learning system, and that we can leverage after all. Next slide, please. Is it me to scroll? Okay. So a little bit of background about African context. As you all know, Africa is very much vulnerable to climate as well as non-climate disasters, where it's impacting lives, livelihoods, and properties. And it has been really enormous in terms of the loss and damage that we have experienced in the previous years. Also, it's projected that also we'll have those the experiences of loss and damage in the future. I think if you look into some of the data that we have, large number of continents' population have been really affected by disasters, where most of the disasters are termed as climate, and we have got also non-climate risks. But if you look into some of the figures here, 64% of the events that we have experienced as a continent are flooding, followed by drought and other hazards. But in terms of the consequences that has affected lives and livelihood, really drought has got tops the list of all other hazards in terms of experiencing loss and damage. This really shows how climate hazards are really very important when it comes to African continent. In terms of total population affected by disasters, also drought has topped the list. Ethiopian context is not different, where we're very much affected by climate-related hazards as well as non-climate-related hazards. Unlike that of the African continent, we're very much affected by drought. We're known for impacting the lives and livelihoods of people in Ethiopia. And we've got also floods, food insecurity problems driven from those climate as well as non-climate disasters, locust invasions, conflict and displacement, landslide, and epidemics are where some of really the most important disasters in Ethiopia. Given these all adversaries when it comes to Ethiopia also wanted to transform this situation or change the situation by having some policies, strategies, and guidelines, and transform the systems that we have. So while acknowledging numerous challenges and limitations and facing Ethiopian current e-learning system, as well as the rising in terms of frequency and dynamics of those particular disasters and their impacts, the Ethiopian government, in partnership with partners, developed an 8 years multi-hazard impact-based e-learning early action roadmap, and also we have developed a costed implementation plan for this particular document. And this is very much also aligned with the e-learning for all initiatives that you might all know, where it has got some pathways of risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, dissemination and communication, and lastly, response and preparedness capability. So the roadmap with other guiding documents that we have were meant to transform the e-learning system in the country. They are in place actually to address some critical gaps that we have related to capacity, infrastructure capacity, advancing the system itself, improving the timeliness, and to make it also impact-based in terms of addressing consequences before it happens, at least mitigating the negative consequence of disasters. I think that's where AI come in. This is an emerging technology where we can tap as well and use it for us to improve those gaps that we have in the country. So Ethiopian artificial intelligence is actually an institution which is leading, a higher legal body leading this particular artificial intelligence initiative. And it has a power and duties also stipulated. In its power and duties, it has stipulated also that it will be supporting decision-making related to prevention of disasters and environmental challenges, where they're working with Ethiopian Disaster Risk Management Commission in this regard. Ethiopia also has developed a strategy called Digital Ethiopia, and it is envisioning to achieve a digital Ethiopia by 2025 with some directions and guidelines are in there, where also you find an artificial intelligence policy by itself as well. So those policies and roadmaps aim to leverage AI for socio-economic development and enhance national security. It sets strategic guidelines for implementing AI across sectors like agriculture, health sector, emphasizing collaboration among state and non-state actors to improve resilience against environmental challenges that we are being faced with. So we have got a digital Ethiopia strategy. We have got also a national artificial intelligence policy, which really meant to guide the ethical and accountability issue related to artificial intelligence. Ethiopian artificial intelligence is mandated to support this whole process of managing AI, and they are really innovating some initiatives which can be scaled up in the future so as to help the whole transformation of e-learning system. So I learned that also we have got an initiative called Coffee Leaf Disease Detection and Severity Estimation. As you may all know, Ethiopia is highly dependent on, when it comes to export, highly dependent on coffee export, where we're covering 34% of all exports that we have. So this coffee leaf disease is being resulted in 30% of the yield loss, where working against this particular problem would really help a lot in terms of saving this economy. Therefore, the Institute has developed a coffee leaf disease detection and severity estimation, where by early detecting the disease itself and responding against it. And also, there is an initiative on diabetics mellitus detection in Ethiopia based on some characteristics related to metabolic risks as well as behavioral risks, by understanding those historical data and modeling whether there is a probability of being risked with diabetics is also one of the applications produced by or developed by Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence. And there are also many other initiatives, including the natural language processing mechanism in Ethiopia, where that Ethiopia is a multilingual country which tries to address also e-learning systems in multiple languages. Therefore, there has been also one initiative called automatic language detection mechanism is also there. When it comes to the Ethiopian Disaster Risk Management Commission, it is responsible for leading all types of disasters in Ethiopia, including non-climate and climate risks in that country. And we have started working on implementing the roadmap, which I have told you earlier. And we had this workshop with the UNDRR on advancing risk knowledge that they brought in also high big tech companies like Microsoft, where they're supporting the country with Planet Africa in terms of understanding more about exposure and vulnerability. That could really help a lot in terms of knowing the patterns of the risk, and also will lead towards monitoring and responding to emergencies. So big thanks to UNDRR for supporting that particular initiative. We have also an institute called Ethiopian Meteorological Institute, very responsible in terms of climate and weather data monitoring, and also giving advisories related to climate and weather. And I learned that also AMI is also using artificial intelligence to speed up the process of predicting weather and climate emergencies in that country. And they call it conditional generative adversarial network, where they are trying to speed up the process of forecasting short, medium, and long-term weather patterns in that country. Let me take your attention to what AI can really do in terms of the whole chain of this e-learning system. We understand from the Ethiopian perspective that it could really help a lot in terms of accelerating our understanding on risk knowledge, where if we got data related to hazard and exposure more credibly, that could really help in designing mechanisms of impact-based e-learning system. Therefore, knowing more about vulnerability and exposure would really help to transform the whole e-learning system, and we learned that AI could help more on knowing where the population resides, where we can intervene in terms of accessing those people who are being affected by disasters. Looking at the pillar 2, detection and monitoring, so the risks that you identified in the risk knowledge will probably be also monitored and detected. So AI could really help a lot in terms of also speeding up this process. We learned that also there are initiatives by WMO, which you may all know, on severe weather information Center 3.0, where they are helping a lot in terms of predicting severe weather updates, predicting severe weather updates. And also in detection and monitoring, it could also help in terms of expanding our understanding related to climate, soil health, and yield estimation as well, because this could really also help in terms of knowing more about the impact-based e-learning system in countries like us. After all, the e-learning system is developed, and we want it to be transformed to help the clients. And the clients are, the most important clients are communities, and these communities need to have the understanding of what we are talking. So AI really could help in terms of having multi-channel mechanisms of developing those warning messages. I've showed you that there is a startup in Ethiopia where we're developing a certain application on Amharic language, but we need to be also multilingual in terms of addressing other types as well. So AI could really help in this regard as well. In Pillar 4, preparedness and response capability, AI is also emerging to be a very important emerging technology, which helps us to actually simulate or make drills in terms of emergencies. That also enhances the preparedness and response capability in terms of responding to emergencies. But AI is also with challenges in deploying AI-powered e-learning system in countries like us. The most important challenge would be the infrastructure that we have. We may need to implement AI, but without having an IT infrastructure in countries like us, it would be really difficult. So one challenge that we have is having that infrastructure. And most importantly, this is related to the data. AI needs big data and processing, big data related to historical data about characteristics of hazards and many others. So data quality and availability is the challenge that we have as far as Ethiopia is concerned. And the other issue would be model transparency and interpretability. And most of us don't really understand what AI is doing on the back, on the algorithm part. So we need to be very transparent in terms of letting others know what is it doing actually. Because this really very much works for disaster risk management and e-learning, because we need people to understand the situation and act against it. So trust is an important issue there. So model transparency and interpretability would be one of the challenges. Ethical and social biases, yeah, this is also one important issue that we should work out more in the future, where we need to have some policies, strategies to be in place in countries like Ethiopia, where accountability will be ensured and ethical issues will be also addressed. False positive and negative, and you may all know about that, this AI could have over-warning and under-warning, and we need to be cautious about this particular issue as well. Security and privacy risks are also there. Ethical considerations in AI-driven e-learning system, fairness and equity. So I think Africa as a continent and Ethiopia as a country needs to benefit from this particular initiative. So fairness and equity would be also one issue that developed countries would really help in terms of leveraging the functions of particularly AI. Accountability and governance is also there. Clear accountability is essential to hold designers, operators, and decision makers responsible for errors or ethical breaches in AI-powered e-learning systems. So for not abiding with some kind of ethical issues, you need to have a policy and a legal framework for putting people into a penalty, or some kind of learning. So you need a kind of legal framework or policy to make sure that accountability and governance is ensured in countries like Ethiopia. So transparency and consent is also one of the ethical issues that we need to cautious about. But there is also opportunities and solutions for responsible type of AI development, as you may all know. One is we need to really improve the data access and collaboration. We were talking about this particular issue with Dr. David and Loretta before this presentation, and we said that we may have data everywhere in every departments and ministries, but we need to have a certain mechanism of data sharing protocols and others so that we will be able to get that historic data. And we need to be also work more on the credibility of the data itself so that it really produces an appropriate information for decision making. So improved data access and collaboration would be one area, and there is an opportunity, and working on that opportunity would really improve the whole system. The other is explainable AI, where academic and research would really help a lot in terms of progressing it rapidly, aiming to develop some models that clearly show us how it can inform decision making. So explainable type of AI is really highly encouraged, and that could be, there are works on this particular explainable AI that we can tap in and use for our countries. Ethical artificial intelligence frameworks and regulation, I said it well, where if we push countries like us to have those legal frameworks, and I think those regulations and accountability will be achieved a lot. Continuous monitoring and updating of models is also very important. Models need to learn how this historical data really work, and continuous monitoring is highly required. Capacity building, as I said it earlier, we need more infrastructure, IT infrastructure, data structure where AI can be implemented. So building local expertise in AI and data analytics, especially in agricultural, health sectors in developing countries like us, is crucial for fostering ownership and trust in those technologies. This is what I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation from Ethiopia. And as mentioned, I know Ethiopia is one of the countries that is moving ahead with AI applications for early warning systems. So it's really great to hear how you've thought through several of the opportunities, but also the challenges that need to be overcome in order to make sure that AI is something that can really become a critical component in your early warning systems. So we have about 20 minutes left, and this is now the opportunity to hear from members of the audience, your reflections, your questions, Really would like to hear your thinking on the issue. But I may want to launch the conversation with a question of my own. And I have to say, AI in early warning systems, AI in disaster risk management is a really hot topic. And I have been to, I'm not joking, at least 6 different sessions in the last month in which speakers around the world, whether at the Africa Regional Platform last week in Windhoek or here in Korea, in Geneva, are all talking about the potential of AI to transform some of these disaster management issues such as early warning systems. And yet, there is still quite a gap between the potential and the actual application in countries. And to kick off today's conversation, I'd like to ask both of our speakers here in the room with me, what can we do more proactively to move from these pilots, which are showing potential, to actually going to scale? I mean, we hear of some of the potential challenges, lack of IT structures, lack of data, interoperability. But I feel like perhaps we're missing something in trying to really make AI part of the solution for early warning systems in countries in a very proactive way. And so I'd like to maybe start with Dr. Green and ask you, what can we, the international community, do to transition from talking about AI to really making it a reality on the ground at the scale needed to be transformative?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as we've talked about this issue of scaling, we've often get projects and pilots, and then they get associated with a best practice. And the impression is given that it's really been effective in that one location, for that one community, and funded under that one grant or allocation of resources. I think as I've talked about, these pilots are fine in proving that it's possible. And so we need to tell the right story. So the outcome of a pilot certainly should help that one community, that one example, that one group or team that put that project together. But it needs to tell a slightly different story to others, which is, look, it's possible. Look, it can be done. And wouldn't you want to do it too? And then the resources, the funding, the transfer of knowledge, as you've discussed, needs to move into this demonstration that it's not just been so unique there. There's a story to tell that 80% of what they've done there can be transferable to others. And I don't think we tell that story. I don't think we make it, we're kind of like, we leave it with, well, it was good for them, what do I do? And I think we need to do that translation and show that 80% of what can be done there could also be done where you are. You probably have much of the data. You probably need some help with some of the technology. You need to then, 20% needs to be localized. We need to tell that rest of the story and move that into these kind of demonstrations of scaling.
And who should be telling that story?
Well, I think there's a lot of new kind of consortia coming together. The UN and others certainly have convening influence. And organizations are getting better at the storytelling. And it needs to be done by multiple people at multiple scales. So I think there's a story to be told by the UN organizations, the national, regional entities, these consortia, but also helping communities tell their story. Communities want to help other communities. There's been many times where I've been asked to say, oh, look, this pilot has been done for this city, this community, this village. We'd like to do it too. Could you help us introduce us one village to another village, one community, one municipal to another? And so I think there is helping in that way of scaling and then helping them tell each other their story and enabling them to come together. And so, as I said, I think there's a UN role, there's philanthropy roles, funders, and I think many of these issues are transboundary. And so cases like flooding or even a municipal, very often the idea of helping people work at a transboundary scale. So around a river basin, for example, or in fires, we talk about the fire shed, and realizing that it's a number of communities and a number of landscapes. The examples in Tokyo where it was the flood and the earthquake, but then there's a debris flow and there's cascading. So I think the other part of scaling comes with the multi-hazard aspect, is understanding that to tell a complete early warning multi-hazard approach means that you might start with a small piece of it and then introduce the other. How to scale is introduce the multi-hazard component, and then you build that ownership, growing ownership in this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Abechi, any reflections from you, and then we'll turn to the audience.
Okay. I think to make this technology a reality in utilizing when it comes to contexts like us, I think it's very important to work more on the infrastructure itself. AI is an emerging technology, but it needs infrastructure in countries like us. We have this poor infrastructure related to ICT technology, but we need more on that because you want to leverage the chance, you want to leverage what the technology provides, but without having the infrastructure, it would be difficult. You may look into the coverage of internet in Africa. You may look into the coverage of internet in Ethiopia. So I think it's good for us to work more on that particular infrastructure. And also, we need to also work on capacity building as well. How many of us in Africa has got that expertise of AI by itself? And some people also has mistrust even in this particular technology. So more importantly, I would suggest that we need to also work on the technologies, the infrastructure, the coverage itself in Africa, and then tap the opportunities it could have. Okay.
Thank you very much for also for mentioning the importance of capacity building as part of the rollout of AI. So let us now open the floor for any questions and comments. I believe we also have Mr. Hiroki still online with us as well, who is available for questions. We'd really like to hear your thoughts and reflections. So please raise your hand. And I believe there's a microphone out in the audience, and we have a colleague right ahead of us. Please introduce yourself as well.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Serge Tinglish. I'm the head of research at United Nations University Institute in Macau. I have a question about, because there was a very interesting presentation this morning, but we didn't discuss that much about resilience, because this is the title of this session, AI for early warning systems and resilience. So where do you see AI in that context of resilience? How we can build more resilient communities? Because it's very different from building systems, AI system for disaster prevention. It's very important, but also resilience is a very key issue in that context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We might want to take one or two questions. So the first question was about how do we build resilient communities. There's another gentleman right in front here. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you. I am Hamam Riza from Indonesia. So this is really a session that I have been waiting for, this thematic session 3, Resilience Communities on AI for Early Warning System. We do have recent projects on trying to meet up the climate and health especially on early warning system for climate-sensitive infectious disease. So we are trying to collect all this data from ministries of health and as well as from the climatology agency. So as we work toward building this AI-driven early warning system, what are the biggest, do you think, challenges in achieving a full data interoperability across all these sectors? Because we are really working on in silos, and how can we foster this nexus of health and environmental agencies? I just want to have really pragmatic answers to this, since we all face problems on getting the data to work right for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and tackle these two questions? And I'm wondering if I might start in this case with Mr. Ryoki in Tokyo, if you can hear me still. The question about how do you build resilient communities? I mean, certainly Japan has invested maybe more than any other country in a DRR and resilience. So I'd like to hear a little bit more. How do you see AI in the entire resilience building chain in your country?
Thank you for your question. I had several questions in the chat box, so may I respond for such questions as well? Ms. Moderator, may I respond to such questions as well? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, the questions from the floor. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are making various kinds of initiatives to build a resilient city for next 150 years. We are constructing various kinds of systems that detect the disaster risks, and we are providing the information in the various kinds of channels to community. By notifying such information, communities can build capacity, such as how they should make evacuation and so on. That is a general response to your question. And I received several questions from chat box. First was how we can mitigate the impact for earthquakes and tsunamis. For earthquakes, first of all, we have to make buildings resilient. However, that requires a lot of resources, financial resources. So we set the regulations and we put the priority, especially for important facilities, to make sure the logistics in case of the disaster. And as for the tsunamis, as I mentioned in the presentation, to hasten the seawall is the most important measures. By making it that community can take time to evacuate. So that is based on the prediction by worldwide discussions. And also for detection of the risks for the landslides, we utilize satellite data and AI identifies alternations of and the risks of the landslide. In particular, for the locations that have the risk of the landslides, we carefully examine if we should make measures to respond or not. For all items, priority is very important factors for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think I would like to turn to our colleague from Ethiopia to see if you have any reflections on Beyond early warning systems, how can AI really strengthen resilience? And maybe I'd ask you to focus a little bit at the community level, because we know it's really at the community local level where disasters are felt and where resilience is perhaps most critically built.
Yeah, I think resilience to what? I think resilience to shocks. As I mentioned earlier, we're very much affected by droughts, flooding, and other disasters in Ethiopia. If AI is really helping us in our effort to make a learning system risk-informed in one way, where producing knowledge related to particular risks, if it can be enhanced, I think, in all of its elements, including our understanding with the characteristics of the hazard, where the population resides in terms of exposure, and if it gives us information related to a disaggregated population data, it is helping us to make our e-learning system risk-informed. That's one way where AI really could help. So this should also be seamlessly linked with other pillars as well. Not only having the information related to exposure and vulnerability, but AI should also help us to facilitate that monitoring of particular risks where we can warn our communities in terms of that something is coming and they need to have their own preparations against that particular risk. So in all of these pathways or pillars, AI can help and we can make communities resilient. But resilience is a very it's easier than said than doing it practically, because resilience could be achieved over time where you bring in all factors together so that you will achieve at the end. So it supports the community, but it should also answer the community's questions related to language in terms of also interpreting the risk even they're being faced with. So it is an integrated approach where you can put this all together so that communities can achieve resilience.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Dr. Green to tackle that last question, which I thought was actually quite an interesting question. Many different sectors, not just disaster risk management, but health, environment, transport, energy, they can all benefit from application of AI. But how can we ensure a cohesive, a holistic approach to AI use to really better our societies overall? Any reflections on that question? How do we break down these silos? Yeah.
Well, it's a challenge. It's been a challenge for a long time, and it's not a secret that that's a very difficult aspect. But I'm actually going to try and make a link to both the questions, and that is the challenge of breaking down silos is often because those silos have been given very independent charges, very independent tasks and success criteria. If we can harmonize the outcomes expected so that we get more of a common understanding of what community resilience means, and that the commitment of those different agencies, transportation, food, energy, much of that infrastructure, have the same accountability to a resilience outcome at a particular time and roadmap, then their charge and their governance and their practices and policies will drive them to align their efforts. If we continue on the path of giving agencies in a very traditional way forward, you're responsible for energy, don't worry about the forest and agriculture. You're responsible for food, but don't worry about the water supply. We know that it is a systems approach. UNDRR, we shifted our efforts to talk about systemic risk. And what we don't have is our agencies and organizations set up to work as a system. So I think if we use the resilience, we define in collaboration with those communities what it means to them to be resilient, and prioritize. And then we group these organizations together with common accountability. Then they're going to have to do integrated planning. They're going to have integrated metrics, integrated milestones. The policies that don't allow funding to transfer from one authority to another authority are problematic. And so we need to break down some of these traditional practices of how organizations are funded or accountable. And I think if we now start talking about this idea of multi-hazard and we really focus on risk, resilience, and coping capacity, and we define what resilience outcome, later on this week we're going to have a session foresighting. Foresight, what does resilience, what's it going to look like when we're successful? And then work backwards from that and say, how is your agency, organization, your silo going to have to change in order to have a shared responsibility for that outcome? So that's a role for a governance role in thinking about AI is going to enable a lot, but it's going to push us to change our governance practices.
We are just about running out of time, and I'm going to deviate slightly from the notes I was given to wrap up today's session, if that's okay. What I'd like to do is go back to each of our speakers and ask for a 1-minute reflection. We have heard today how artificial intelligence has such a potential to improve our early warning systems, to improve our disaster risk management, basically to better enable us to confront the challenges of a warming planet. So I'd like to ask each of our speakers just in a minute to tell us what are the 1 or 2 transformative shifts that we need to put into place today so that we are truly able to unlock the full potential of AI, not just for the global north, but for all communities in the face of a warming planet. Is there something we should be doing differently right now so that we can truly benefit from the potential of AI? And I would start with my colleague, Mr. Abeche from Ethiopia, then our colleague from Japan, and finish with Dr. Green. Just 1 or 2 reflections from you, please.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think if we want artificial intelligence help us in this whole chain of e-learning system, as well as disaster risk management overall, I think the first thing that we need to work on would be infrastructure. I say it's infrastructure, IT infrastructure, connectivity. This is the one of the area where we can work more. And also, we need to also build capacity in terms of expertise as well. We may have institutions, we may have departments, but without having trained professionals related to AI, I think it may not help. The other issue would be on developing some regulations related to AI, regulations, to ensure accountability, to make it ethical in terms of using particularly the being developed technologies related to AI. We need to put in place regulations and policies so that we'll be able to benefit out of it. As far as the governments are concerned, I think governments also need to facilitate the funding process, the resource mobilization. That could really help in terms of building capacities and others. And as far as other sectors like academics is concerned or research institutes are concerned, I think they need to work more on, for us to work to know more about this AI, where it should unpack what is really in it so that we'll be able to benefit more and trust the whole process of this AI. That means, I think, opening the black box. People say that AI is a black box where we need to know or dig more about this particular agenda. And the other is also involving the private sectors is very important. Like, Loretta, you know that you brought in the Microsoft and other initiatives should come to developing countries like Ethiopia, where we can benefit more on investments related to AI. One last issue is also, I think we need more awareness creation and understanding, particularly AI by itself, because some of us may not know what AI is in terms of, especially within the communities, to know more about this particular technology, how we can use it, and what are really the ethical issues that we need to consider while using this particular technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Some very concrete suggestions: investing in infrastructure, capacity building, awareness raising. So let me please go to Mr. Hiroki in Japan. Really, just in a few seconds, tell us, what are some of these transformative shifts you would like to see happen now so that the world can truly benefit from the AI potential?
Thank you very much. Let me respond to it concisely. The most important item, I think, is the capacity building for human beings. AI is very effective and convenient, but we have to control AI. But as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, by repeatedly input information to the AI and verify such data, we can enhance the accuracy and the effectiveness of the AI. Especially in Japan, the population is decreasing, so utilizing AI is very critical for us. But AI cannot take responsibility, so decision making should be done by human beings. It is the most important thing that human beings will not be dominated by AI. As I mentioned earlier, the capacity building for human beings is a key to utilize the development of the AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, the human factor, capacity building for human beings. We cannot be dominated by AI. Dr. Green, please, can you wrap it up for us?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and keep it simple. I want to make the proposition that we are positioned with AI to shift from early warning to early action. And whether it's capacity building or infrastructure, if we change the framing, that AI will enable us to be more proactive than reactive. We created early warning systems to be reactive. And I think if we now frame it and say, with the help of AI, and it will be that agent, that transformation with digital government, with digital services, to position ourselves to be resilient from a framework, from an investment in infrastructure, an investment in communities, investment in capacity development, to have the mindset and the tools to be well-positioned and proactive, so early action, not just early warning, which only took us part of the way. Early action will take us much further.
Well, I really think that those are very wise words. And of course, that's very much the premise of disaster risk reduction, that we're not only reacting to disasters, we're really getting ahead of the disasters and putting in place the measures that are needed so that we can avoid the worst impacts of these disasters. And AI is an agent of change that will support us in this. So I would like to thank all three panelists and also to today's participants. I found it a very rich conversation. I think it's the beginning of a conversation, really. And I hope that in the future, many of our conversations around AI will be really focused on how these applications are changing communities for the better. I think it's happening, but not yet at the scale that's needed. So we really look forward to working with all of you to make this much more of a reality with all of the necessary safeguards. But I do think it's a very critical element in our fight to build early warning systems to protect all people on Earth. Thank you very much to the panelists and to all of the participants.
Let's give another big round of applause to Ms. Heber Girardi for the excellent moderation, the speakers, and all the participants for your invaluable contributions and active engagement. Now, we will take a health break for 10 minutes. We will reconvene in this room at 10:45 a.m. for thematic session 4 on AI ethics. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thematic session will start in 5 minutes. May I respectfully request you to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again for the thematic session 4. Now I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ms. Alice Oh, a professor, KAI's School of Computing, Republic of Korea. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Ms. Alice Oh, Professor Alice, please. Professor Alice, you can start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. We have this really special session today with 3 speakers other than myself. I think one is joining us virtually. So the theme of this session is responsible AI for the public sector. I don't remember the exact title, but that's what we're talking about. So we're talking about using AI for governments and other public organizations. And if you think about what that would entail, it's a very challenging situation, I think, because as an AI researcher, I know that the current AI systems and technologies and models, they are not transparent. They're basically black box systems, which makes it very difficult to understand what is going on in these systems. And that makes it very difficult and challenging for the users of these technologies, especially in the public sector, where we need to make sure that everybody, all the citizens around the world who are being affected by these AI systems, are treated fairly without any potential harms that can come from these systems, and they can actually trust that the outputs of the system will be beneficial and fair. So today, the 3 speakers are going to be talking to us about their views of what it means for AI systems to be ethical for the use in the public sector. So my own view is that first and foremost, AI has to be inclusive, especially in the public sector. In the private sector, they can be much more sort of flexible in the users of their systems. But in the public sector, we are dealing with everyone, and we have to make sure that everyone can benefit and no one gets harmed, right? From that perspective, we need to make sure that when we talk about fairness, transparency, protecting privacy, all of these issues, all of these very challenging aspects of AI needs to be the same for everybody, including the elderly, including the disabled, including and people of various genders and religion, ethnicity, etc., which is a very overlooked aspect of the current AI systems. So we have Ms. Kim from UNICEF, I believe. I'm sorry, from UNESCO, who will be the first speaker, who will tell us about the responsible development and use of AI, and then we have 2 other speakers following Ms. Kim. So I was expecting Ms. Kim to be here on stage. Do we? Yeah. Okay, so she's coming on stage to give a 15-minute introductory remark. So each of the speakers will give a 15-minute talk, and then after that, we will take questions from the audience, and I will actually ask questions of myself to the speakers, so we can have ample time for our discussions following the 3 speakers. So, Ms. Kim, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. Good morning to all the participants, to colleagues and partners and friends, of course, also our youth representatives who are sitting here with us in the room. And thank you very much to Unpug and to DESA for this opportunity to speak today on a matter of a really growing importance, the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the public sector. I'd like to actually start by asking you a simple but a very critical question. Will AI help or hinder the achievement of our SDG goals? Answering this question is not so straightforward as we would like it to be. While advancements in AI promise transformative change, they also carry ethical and societal risks that demand careful consideration. So let's bring this close to home. Imagine you are an education ministry official in a lower middle income country, tasked with improving data collection on school performance and resource allocation. An AI company offers you a system that promises transformative benefits, greater accuracy in assessing student outcomes, the learning outcomes, more efficient resource allocation and distribution, and of course, targeted interventions that could drastically improve educational access and quality for young learners in underserved communities. But with those benefits come equally the significant risks that we've been talking about yesterday and other speakers who came before me. How will this system protect students' personal data? How do we ensure it doesn't reinforce the existing biases? And how do you explain the decisions made by this AI to the public in a way that builds trust? The cost of misjudgment is enormous. If the AI system perpetuates biases, vulnerable students could be deprived of critical educational resources. Or if personal data isn't protected and millions of students' data exposed, it risks eroding public confidence in the education system as a whole. These challenges are not hypothetical risks. They are very real and growing, and we often do not have a roadmap before us. To guide these crucial decisions, UNESCO offers a human rights-centered framework. I understand that there were some references to UNESCO's principles yesterday. These come from the 2021 UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, which was adopted by the member states of UNESCO. These, if you see the 10 principles here, they cover areas such as transparency, fairness, and accountability. These are human rights-based approaches, and they provide actionable tools for public sector leaders navigating the complexities of AI. For example, let's look at Principle 7 on transparency and accountability. Transparency is essential for trust. If AI algorithms are hidden behind a black box, as our moderator said, how can public officials build confidence in the system? Let's look at Principle 3 on fairness and non-discrimination. AI can revolutionize education data collection, but without a proper oversight, it could deepen inequalities. If the AI system relies on biased data reflecting historical inequalities, then the intervention it proposes could benefit wealthier schools, leaving the most vulnerable learners and schools behind. Applying these principles, in fact, helps unpack abstract terms and helps ensure that AI aligns with public values and supports the SDGs. But now let's look at it from government perspective. How can countries assess their readiness to ethically implement AI? This is the fundamental question. So UNESCO's readiness assessment methodology that we call RAM offers a systematic approach to evaluating the ethical readiness of AI systems. Since last year, RAM has supported nearly, I believe, 60 countries, guiding them in developing policies and frameworks that ensure AI aligns with ethical standards. In the Asia Pacific, for example, countries like, I think we have Indonesia here, we have a speaker from Malaysia as well, Laos PDR, Mongolia, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Timor-Leste, Thailand, and Vietnam, have all either already launched the RAM or soon to launch the RAM to strengthen their AI governance. Going beyond Asia, in Chile, for example, one of the first implementers of the RAM, they launched it and updated their national AI policy based on the outcome of the RAM, and also proposed AI law that seeks to regulate and encourage the ethical and responsible development of AI technology. Now, for AI governance to be truly effective, we need both national and international collaboration. You will have already spoken about the ASEAN's Guide to AI Governance and Ethics. This is a regional initiative that was put in place this year, helping to harmonize AI governance across member states. I'm so delighted that we're joined today by Mr. Sharizal from Malaysia's Ministry of Technology and Innovation. As Malaysia prepares to chair ASEAN in 2025, we anticipate more significant strides in regional cooperation on AI governance in Southeast Asia. And of course, UNESCO looks forward to working closely with you and other ASEAN members. However, regional efforts alone aren't enough. We also need coordinated global action. Without this, we face a kind of a prisoner's dilemma in AI governance. Each country or organization could choose to focus only on advancing its own AI interests, prioritizing competitiveness, or safeguarding proprietary information. But if everyone operates this way, we end up with fragmented policies that overlook crucial ethical considerations and reinforce inequalities. On a global scale, UNESCO is leading initiatives, including the G7 Toolkit for AI in the public sector. I think this was mentioned yesterday, which is also released earlier this month. And additionally, there is an upcoming global forum on the ethics of AI, which will be held in Bangkok in 2025, in June. And we hope to gather diverse voices here so that we can discuss AI governance in a more inclusive, transparent, and human rights-based manners. Multilateral cooperation is essential, but I think many of us mentioned this. We also must engage the private sector in very meaningful ways. For example, Telstra, a telecommunications leader in Australia, partnered with UNESCO to promote ethical AI. Similarly, UNESCO has launched a massive open online course on the ethics of AI in collaboration with LG AI Research, empowering AI practitioners with tools to address biases, enhance transparency, and also protect data. Furthermore, what I also want to emphasize is the inclusivity and sustainability part, as these two principles must guide AI deployment. AI development should reflect diverse perspectives, ensuring gender balance and participation from the Global South, but perhaps most importantly, the voice of young people in a more comprehensive and integrated way. This approach aligns with the UN's Global Digital Compact, which was just adopted at the Summit of the Future in New York last month, and is essential for building digital economies that benefit all communities, closing the digital divide rather than expanding it. Climate considerations is another area we must look at. Generative AI's energy demands are significant. A single AI-driven search uses up to 5 times the energy of a regular search. Left unchecked, AI could strain our already beleaguered environment, and AI systems must be developed and deployed sustainably, aligning with our climate goals. Now, let's return to our education ministry official facing complex decisions about integrating AI into the education system. As she navigates challenges of transparency, fairness, and data protection, she isn't alone. But there are tools, UNESCO's tools, like the competencies for for civil servants on AI and digital transformation, which is launched already in 2022. These kind of frameworks can help public officials, like this government official, make informed, ethical decisions in an AI-powered future. AI can become a powerful tool for public service, particularly in fields like education, healthcare, and social services, all critical and underpinning sustainable development goals. But to truly harness its potential, we must anchor AI's use in ethical principles and collective responsibility. So we return to my initial question. Will AI help or hinder the achievement of the SDGs? The answer depends on the choices that we make today. Guided by sound ethics and spirit of cooperation, we can ensure that AI remains a force for positive and equitable change. I look forward to hearing your thoughts and your feedback during our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you, Ms. Kim from UNESCO. Maybe you can take a seat here. So to summarize and sort of re-emphasize the main points of our talk, I think it's really important that we do keep in mind that AI can be a positive force, but it really depends on how we make the choices today when we do research, when we do development, when we fund certain projects, and when we deploy these systems and talk with the potential users. Can we actually make positive changes to the world with AI? And focusing again on inclusivity and sustainability, those are really two key pillars that we must keep in mind. And so thank you again for that great talk. And next we have Ms. Mills. I believe she is joining us virtually. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. And I understand that you're in Australia. Is that correct?
I am. I'm joining you from Australia this afternoon for me and morning for you. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Okay, and now we can see your slides, I believe. So please go ahead.
Great. Well, I'd like to start by extending my greetings to participants in the room and online today, and give my sincere appreciation to the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government and its Project Office on Governance for organising this important event. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm joining you from today. Here in Australia, this is the Ngunnawal people where I am, and pay my respects to the elders past and present, and I also extend that respect to all First Nations people in the room or online with us today. So yes, today I'm going to take you through the policy approach we are taking for the Australian Government in balancing the opportunities of innovation with ethical considerations in AI policy. Next slide, please. The Australian Government has recently implemented the Policy for the Responsible Use of AI in Government, which aims to create a coordinated approach to the use of AI in government and complement our existing frameworks used within the Australian Public Service. As you can see, it's underpinned by an enable, engage and involve framework. This framework has principles and requirements that aim to ensure the government's use of AI is forward-leaning, engages with risk, and recognises that need for ongoing evolution. The policy includes mandatory requirements for government agencies. So first, agencies must nominate an accountable official for AI, and that comes into effect from the end of next month, the 30th of November. These accountable officials will have a number of key responsibilities. As well as being responsible for implementing the policy within their own agency, they're also required to report any high-risk use cases that they're considering to the Digital Transformation Agency and enabling coordination of AI activities across government. Secondly, and importantly, agencies must make available a transparency statement outlining their approach to their adoption of AI by the end of February in 2025. The policy also strongly recommends that agencies implement AI fundamentals training for all staff, and also that all those who are required to be responsible for the procurement, development, and training and deployment of AI systems have additional training as required for their roles. Next slide, please. During the development of the policy, we found that while there were many challenges, they were often linked to opportunities if we responded in the right way. For example, one of the major challenges was, of course, the technical and policy landscape was, and still is, evolving at a rapid pace. With Gen AI developing so quickly, it offers so many opportunities for government, including reducing administrative burden, improving productivity, and delivering better public outcomes. It was clear during the development of the policy that we needed to remain responsive to these continuing developments, which is why, of course, we have the evolve phase in our policy framework, and we've committed to evolving the policy and responding to changes as they happen. Another challenge we found was that AI touches on many existing frameworks and obligations that already apply to other technology investments, such as those around data, privacy, and security. We wanted to harness the opportunity to build upon and not duplicate these robust frameworks. Our approach has been to help government agencies navigate this environment. For example, we're currently piloting the Australian Government AI Assurance Framework, where we're testing a tool with agencies that helps them assess the risk of their AI use case against these existing frameworks and obligations. In the Australian government context, there's also a lot of work happening from a whole of economy perspective and within government that is related to AI, including things like automated decision-making systems and privacy. We wanted to ensure that we align to this work during the development of the policy, and we will continue to do so as it evolves. Next slide. Australia's AI ethics principles form the foundation of our AI ethical considerations in the Australian context. They help us to achieve safer, more reliable, and fairer outcomes for all Australians. They reduce the risk of negative impact on those affected by AI applications, and they help businesses and governments to practice the highest ethical standards when designing, developing, and implementing AI. In June of this year, the Australian, state, and territory governments collaborated to develop the national framework for the assurance of AI in government based on these principles. It was developed so that Australian governments consider this framework as they develop their assurance approaches to AI. The policy for the responsible use of AI in government and the Australian Government AI Assurance Framework are both grounded in these ethical principles, and our national framework also aligns to this approach. As an example of how this works in practice, the AI Assurance Framework uses the AI ethics principles as a basis to assess AI use cases and help to identify those risks I mentioned. Next slide, please. Minimising bias in data and algorithms for AI systems is a key challenge for government. Rarely are we able to access information on the data used to train an AI system when it is in an existing product or service. Due to cost and available expertise, the reality is government is more likely to source AI solutions from industry than build these ourselves. And so with this restricted ability to identify bias in the data and algorithms themselves, the role of policy is in setting advice on monitoring for bias in the inputs and outputs of a system. For government especially, when we look at bias, it is both an issue and an opportunity. Positive bias is a core part of targeted and meaningful service delivery to vulnerable groups at risk of exclusion. On the other hand, negative bias can further disadvantage these vulnerable groups and perpetuate exclusion. The Australian Government AI Assurance Framework provides for this by asking agencies to identify stakeholder groups that may be impacted by AI systems, whether positively or negatively. This process precedes assessment of risk, so agencies embed consideration of affected stakeholders outside of the context of risk. For considering fairness in mitigating and treating for risk, the framework assesses whether there is a clear definition in place for what constitutes a fair outcome and how outcomes are measured for fairness. Though there are nuances to how fairness is defined and measured in the context of AI, identifying these impacted stakeholders is consequential to how we then mitigate and treat that risk. We are cautious in being too prescriptive. As AI systems will interact with a variety of groups, measuring for fairness needs to be on a case-by-case basis. And this is reflective of the overall approach of that assurance framework. We're looking to complement those existing obligations and policies while guiding towards responsible practice. Next slide, please. It's important for AI policies to set strong direction in terms of how to engage with AI, while also ensuring that there are appropriate guardrails for responsible AI use, including those for data and privacy. In the policy we've put in place, we've set a strong foundation for government agencies to actively engage with AI from the outset, but to do so in a safe and responsible way. We think it's important for government agencies to look for these opportunities for how AI can help them, especially as they discover new and emerging use cases with newer forms of AI. While exploring the viability of use cases, it's essential to understand the potential risks and impacts based on the data used. The Australian government has strong regulations and obligations in this context, and our policy emphasises compliance with these when using AI systems. In terms of use cases that pose a higher risk, as I mentioned previously, we are piloting the AI assurance framework. It includes questions and guidance about privacy impacts and data use based on those existing regulations and obligations. Specifically, it recommends mechanisms to minimise and protect personal information and to assess the potential impact on privacy. As I alluded to earlier, the Australian government maintains a high level of maturity in its regulation of digital technologies. So the role of this framework is in complementing this existing advice and bolstering it with specific considerations for AI. The framework doesn't look to duplicate best practice, privacy and data management processes, but direct government to consider how these practices apply in the AI context. Coming back to what AI policies should do to balance the need for data access with the imperative to protect individual privacy and comply with data protection regulations, I believe they need to have an enabling role while also embedding the appropriate safeguards and guardrails to ensure that all our AI use is safe and responsible. And this is what we are doing and have done in the Australian government context. The important thing to note here is our approach is not to set and forget. As I said, we're going to continue to evolve our policy settings based on the changing policy and technical landscape, and as we learn more about how our agencies are adopting AI and how we can help them. It's important to stay flexible to ensure we continue to get that balance right. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Really great issues that you've brought up. I think it's a very difficult balancing act that we're all trying to do. So we have to balance innovation and fairness. We have to balance data protection or privacy protection and data access. So we will get to some of these issues and how to best approach this. But I think what we've heard from both speakers that resonates with me is that you actually have to have principles. And so the Australian AI ethics principles, and also UNESCO's principles, I think those serve as sort of the guiding light because we know this AI technology is a moving target. So anything we do today, the details may change drastically even within a month or a few months. But when we have these ethical principles, we can actually make sure that even with this really fast, quick changing technology, we can stick to the principles and make sure that the public is not harmed through these technologies. And so last but not least, we have Mr. Shahrudin from Malaysia as the third speaker. Let's welcome the third speaker.
Okay, thank you to Prof. Alice. I just wonder from yesterday and today, how many times do we mention the words AI? Or we look at the word AI on how I wish that we have a system AI to count for us, could be hundreds or thousands of times. We mention all about AI, AI, and AI. Anyway, good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and participants. I'm honored to be here today to share insight on incredibly important topics, mitigating bias and promoting fairness in AI applications. As we know, intelligence, AI is transforming various sectors globally, and with these rapid developments comes great responsibility to ensure that AI is unbiased, and ethical. Okay. To begin, it's very important for us to understand the nature of generative AI. Yesterday, some of the speakers already mentioned about the machine behind it is some sort of large calculators. They do not understand intents, meaning, or human values. They predict the next best word or action based on patterns. And definitely, if we ever rely on these systems, we risk diminishing our capacities for human judgment, potentially leading to systematic failure in situations that require human insight. Okay, we are talking so much about LLM for the past few days. Okay, LLM, we can use many other models such as Llama 3, Gamma, 5, Owen. But besides LLM, there are also another aspect important on the AI such as visions, wave, and robotics. Speaking about robotics, do you think why do so many virtual assistants have female voices? You know, Siri, is it because the female voices are more pleasing or it trusts and actually the user prefer female voice? When we talk about bias, right? And we talk about fairness. Or do you even think that during the time when they develop the system, the data that they have mostly are female voices? You can Google and search for it. You can ask ChatGPT for it. Based on the findings show that during at that particular time is neither biased, but the data itself, the availability of data mostly are from the female voices. That's why, among other things, visual assistants mostly are from female voices. Okay, back to Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia and together, I think I read somewhere research done. Malaysia with others, 80 countries or states has taken proactive steps to ensure the ethical use of AI. Our national guidelines on AI governance and ethics provides comprehensive frameworks for responsible AI developments. These guidelines are aligned with our national AI roadmaps. Besides guidelines on ethics, we do also have national AI roadmaps. 2021, which is going to be due by 2025 next year, and emphasize 7 key principles designed to cater for various stakeholders, ensuring ethical AI practice across all sectors. This is the pictures. Is mentioned about fairness, reliability, privacy, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and pursuit for human benefit and happiness. Just now, you can see there are at least 10 elements has been embedded by UNESCO, but from Malaysia perspective, we do have at least 7 principles. These principles are intended to guide responsible use of AI, emphasizing fairness, safety, transparency, and focus on human-centered outcomes. How about this? Basically, all these documents that we mentioned, which shows and been described by the presentations, concern on a central element of these guidelines is ensuring fairness in AI systems. Developer must rigorously test for and mitigate bias in datasets and algorithms. Additionally, data privacy must be strictly protected, and human oversight mechanisms need to be in place to maintain control over critical AI decisions, ensuring alignments with human values. Okay. In a nutshell, generally, Malaysia guidelines are globally in line as what been drawn by UNESCO and OECD ethical standards to ensure compatibility with international frameworks. At the same time, they are culturally adapted to incorporate our unique legal perspective and Islamic ethical considerations. The framework is designed to evolve alongside with technology advancements, ensuring that it remains relevant in the future. Okay. Basically, to effectively navigate bias in AI, collaboration is the key. It's impossible for us to develop a system without a collaboration from all respective parties, including voices from diverse backgrounds, help identify hidden bias while rigorously data cleaning and testing protocol ensure that AI systems perform fairly across all demographics. Continuous adaptation is essential as societal norms and expectations are evolved. You see that in developing AI application, over 80% of the works are all about data management. Data cleaning. Why? Because all the models are ready, available to be used. You can choose whatever model that you want, but the data need to run through that model must be really, really comprehensive by taking into account all aspects as to ensure that there is no bias and we could mitigating, also encouraging the fairness. So, next. This is Malaysia. We don't need law, but all those principles are relying on the existing law as to ensure AI are there. We can mitigate the bias and encouraging the fairness. In Malaysia, basically, as I move forward, building fair AI requires a commitment to inclusive development, ethical framework, and transparency in decision making. We must foster ongoing educations around AI ethics to ensure that both developers and users remain informed and equipped to handle emerging challenges. In this case, I would like to tell you something about how we are using AI in the court judgment. Malaysia court legal system cases already take into account AI machine learning in giving insight while the court giving judgment. But the judge are not binding, the court are not binding with the insight from the machine learning while giving sentences. We are focused on the two cases currently, which is case on the sexual abuse and drug abuse. And it applies at the states of Sabah and Sarawak. And maybe in the future, we can extend this AI in court judgment on other cases too. This thing could expedite the cases thoroughly and save the court time and improve efficiencies. This is how we deal with law and AI in Malaysia, rather than just drafting the law. Next. Okay, this is where we are using AI to manage AI. Okay, embedding ethical AI practice in our culture is critical. AI decision will only be a broad-minded as the data they are based on, and if the data reflects narrow perspective, the outcome definitely will be equally narrow too. Transparency in decision making is essential, and there are tools available that can help enhance fairness and accountability. So, we are taking AI, we are using AI to manage AI. It's there for every single principles. There are AI to help us, but it comes with a cost, which is I'm going to touch into the later. Next. Same things. In Malaysia, we try to bring another method or framework as to ensure we could mitigate fairness and try to mitigate bias in apply AI. We call it responsible AI impact assessment. There are many things we are going to thoroughly look into whatever AI being developed, AI application being developed in Malaysia, as to ensure they are within the framework which has been developed in Malaysia. We are using the assessment. Next. Okay, basically, I think enough talking about the frameworks, the guidelines. So actually, where are we heading with all these ethical AI talks? The key players here, education, research, and all are us coming together. As we move forward, building fair AI requires a commitment to inclusive developments, ethical frameworks, and transparency in decision makings. We must foster ongoing education around AI ethics to ensure that both developers and users remain informed and equipped to handle emerging challenges. I would like to highlight about the graph, the chart over there. You can see the difference between the red and the yellow for the past 20 years. The changes of AI development are not come from the academic, but mostly come from the industry. So we talk about the fairness. There is no such way for us to come with the idea of non-bias and fairness without the collaboration between the two. But you see the industry academic collaboration, the green color, at the bottom of the chart. To run AI, you need infra. It's impossible for the governments, especially from the developing countries. To have this infra is very, very expensive. We need the help from the industry. So what are the fairness we are talking about without the collaboration between the two? Next. Okay, I would like to refer to this AI Index Report 2024. Talk about fairness. One of the significant challenges we are facing is defining and measuring fairness. Easier said than done. There is no universal definition, and selecting context-appropriate fairness measures can be really, really complex. Moreover, the tokenization process itself can introduce inequality as shown by research from the University of Oxford. You do realize, right? I think most of you come from the background of AI. You can read everything on the screen, but at the back of the screen, all numbers turn into tokens, token back into alphabets. It's all about technologies. I come back into that later, by which different linguistic, different region, different language come up with different tokenization on how the system run at the back of the AI. Look at this. How English translate into AI just count about 7 tokens, while our friend here from Vietnam, the same words, I took my dog to the park to play, required at least 16 tokens, almost doubles. So this can reduce the availability context for the model, potentially demonizing the quality of service for those users. And today, we still talk about bias and AI. However, defining and measuring fairness is not straightforward. Definitely not straightforward. There is no universal definition of fairness in AI, and selecting the right fairness measure can be really, really difficult. The multifaceted nature of AI system further complicates this, as fairness must be considered at every stage of AI life cycles. How about this? Another challenge is the rising cost of AI developments. Training large language models, which are relatively affordable in 2017, has become prohibitively expensive for many, edging out academia and government from this space. This economic barrier creates additional hurdles for ensuring fairness in AI. Yesterday, we listened so many things about e-gov, right? E-government index. Sometimes it's coming into my mind that with the existence of AI, the exploding nature of AI, it could come out with another reason of digital divides. Why? Because of the cost there, here, exploding very, very expensive, depend on what kind of model you want to use. And this is significant, indicates a significant concentration of advanced machine learning research and development in US, with China as a distant second, followed by European nation, and Canada contribute to a small extent. This distribution highlights the competitive landscapes in AI. I would like to highlight on those words, personal AI computer. During the early days of personal computers, it's very, very expensive, right? Not everyone can afford to have a personal computers. Maybe in the future, everyone should have their own personal AI computer. I believe that the technology is there. It's a matter of time for us to have an access into that technology. Bridging the technology gaps is a moral imperative. By embracing the principle of open access, digital literacy, inclusiveness, and collaboration, we can create a future where everyone could benefit from the power of technology. Basically, if we can have a personal AI computer, it could enhance our privacy, as mentioned in bias and fairness. We could have our own personalization of AI. We don't have to worry about offline issues, bandwidth issues, relying so much on the cloud. It's possible, right? about this. The pursuit of fairness in AI is increasingly tied to financial and national interests, as I mentioned just now. In some cases, addressing fairness in AI applications, such as in e-commerce. I just mentioned about using AI to mitigate AI resulted in cost increase up to 10%. This underscores the need for collaboration between governments, academia, and industry. However, on this matter, I would like to praise Korean governments in helping developing countries by introducing an initiative called as KADIF, Korean Asian Digital Infrastructure. Korean forecast some amount of money so that the Asian country could use the same infrastructure to run their own use case in setting up AI systems. This is where AI are born and bred. I come from the division using foresight and forecast and data. This is among of our findings. It's controlled by China, US, Japan, and Korea. Malaysia there. It's all about the technology and AI. Who own the technology? The color representing the value of the companies. Same thing goes on publications, on learning methods, over 50,000 patents, machine learning, and a combination of networks. We can forecast and foresee from here how the technology on the earth is going to evolve. AI sovereignty. Next, okay. This is another thing which I see really important since we talk about AI and public sectors. Here is another aspect that needs attention as the digital landscapes evolve. The intersection of AI, cloud computing, and national sovereignty present both opportunity and challenges. Issue of data privacy, algorithm fairness, and responsible AI deployment must be carefully navigated to maintain national security and cyber resilience. I'm from the government sectors. I can't simply upload my data onto the clouds which belong to the foreign companies. I need to own my own cloud, owned by the government of Malaysia. Either way, now I'm just using edge computing, small server, to run data based on my use case. So without this sovereign cloud, it's very difficult for us to navigate bias and fairness, especially from the government sectors. It's important to ensure that data is stored and processed within the country borders to uphold national data sovereignty so that the requirement for regulatory compliance can be upheld and safeguard the national security. In conclusions, balancing the need for national digital sovereignty, addressing algorithm bias, and promotional ethical AI development will be crucial as we continue to integrate AI into our governments, industry, and societal frameworks. With ongoing collaboration and adherence to robust ethical standards, we can ensure that AI serves as a tool for equity and fairness. What Malaysia has been doing, I just speak about language, right? So I think I do have friends from Uzbeks, Africa, Thailand, and many other regions and continents. The development of LLM based on our language is really important. I just mentioned about the difference of tokens from one language into another. This is another exciting development that's done by Malaysia, the Bahasa Malaysia Language Large LLM. The model has the potential to significantly enhance customer interaction, automated contents, creation, and support intelligent application in culturally and linguistically sensitive ways. This is just one example of how Malaysia is innovating in the AI space while keeping fairness and inclusivity in mind. Why is language very important? I'm not going to touch about this. I go straight into this. Language, bias, and fairness in AI arise when marginally language are underrepresented in AI training datasets. This results in lower quality outputs, further exacerbating digital divides. In this hall today, we are having representatives from many others. So this is another thing which is we need to take into consideration while developing AI application, language, bias, and fairness in AI. Same thing additionally, some languages such as French and Arabic, they are gendered, which can introduce gender bias in translation or text generations. For instance, translating neutral sentence like the doctors in smart might lead the system to assign a gender pronouns based on historical bias. You know, Arabics, they are using the word huwa or he here as she, and similarly for other plurals. So we need to train the data based on the language of that country so that it could mitigate bias and promoting fairness. Different religions and cultures have their own ethical standards and expectations when it comes to AI fairness. What might be considered fair or acceptance in one country might differ greatly in another, particularly when it comes to areas like data privacy or freedom of expressions. Language models that do not account for this difference can lead to unintended unfair outcomes. This further complicates the challenge of ensuring that LLMs remain equitable across diverse culture and legal contexts. This is Malaysia. Malaysia now has become a country by which so many conglomerates, multinational companies come to set their own data centers. Based on data centers and SDG that we are having now, at least there are 7 SDG directly have affected with the data centers. We can use data center for SDG 7 on energy, SDG 13 for climate action, SDG 17 for monitoring, 10 for digital inclusion, 9 for resilience, and 8 and 12 for social responsibility. I would like to share also about the AI governance platforms. Let me introduce the National AI Office, a significant step forward from Malaysia, approved by the Cabinet in August by 2024. Its mission is to position the country as a key player in AI within Asia and beyond, by fostering innovation, promoting cross-sector collaborations, and integrating AI into government, industry, and society. The NAIO will be central to enhancing Malaysia's AI capabilities. Our Prime Minister statements in our books of guidelines, we must uphold the ethics. Thank you for your attention today. The path ahead in AI and fairness is not without challenges, but with the right strategies in place, we can ensure that AI benefits all members of society equitably. I look forward to our continued efforts in these important works. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. I think we've, with Mr. Shahrudin giving us some really specific examples of digital divide in terms of investment amount, publications, the number of models, languages covered in these LLMs. I really appreciated that. I personally do research on multilingual models and the cultural aspects that the LLMs are not able to cover. And as was shown in this previous presentation, the unfair distribution or like the skewedness towards the handful of languages and cultures that are represented in these generative AI models is astounding. It's beyond belief. So, 90% of the training data come from the US and maybe Western Europe, and then the rest is just split among very, very thinly across all over the world. And what that means is what we are aiming to do, all 3 speakers spoke to the importance of inclusivity and sustainability. It's really, we are very, very far from being inclusive in the current state of the AI technology. So we have many challenges to overcome, but I think all 3 speakers have spoken to us about their efforts and concrete outcomes of their efforts, including the guidelines, the principles, assessment tools, to make sure that we are able to get these AI technologies into the public sector as soon as possible without too much problem, or at least minimizing the potential harms, the potential unfairness. And so we have a long way to go, but everybody is working very hard. I think that's the message that we got from these three speakers. So I'm going to open up to the questions to the audience soon. Well, let's do that first, and then I have my own questions, but maybe we'll have time for that later. So yes.
Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation on different guidelines we have. And I also want to reflect on the question of that Asia Pacific data needs to be represented in the AI models, as most of the data come from the global north. And then how do we get more data to be inclusive, like our community to have the representation in the AI global models? Why we also have to be aware that it's also about the privacy. When large language models have very big data, it is flooding in information from anyone. Would it be possible we know what kind of data being trained on AI models? Can we check if it's our data, it's our intellectual property, it's our work that need to be like governed on the large language models? And at the same time, when young people, as I'm a youth representative, we use large language model, we use ChatGPTs in our daily life. And it also impacts about our thinking, our logical, our education about how we process information as well. Do you have the recommendations on how young people can respond or react to this kind of AI emerging to our health and our way of brain and our way of thinking? And the last one is how can we transform and leapfrog development in developing countries to be equally represented, to be inclusive in the AI? Thank you.
Great question about, my interpretation is how do we get the underrepresented to be represented when AI technologies are so much dependent on the big data, and especially how do we get the youth voice into these AI systems. So let's just go in the order that of the presentation. Ms. Kim?
Well, thank you for that. And I mean, that's a great question in the sense that it really has to do with you know, the inclusivity bit, but also we have to take a step back. So before we go into AI, I think we also have to look at the digital transformation component, which really speaks to where we are. And when we look at the underrepresented or hard to reach, the digital transformation is where we have to start. And that's where the United Nations, for example, is starting building on. And just to share that at the UN level, many of us, the UN agencies, are working through what we call the regional collaborative platform, where there are 3 co-lead agencies, but others are coming in, and we're looking at what are some of the gaps or demands, right? And I think this is where we see what the demands are, and especially for young people. And here I do want to bring in some of the competency frameworks that UNESCO has designed that I wasn't able to share fully during my presentation. So there is this competency framework, AI competency framework for teachers and also for learners. And what that allows us to do is build capacity, not only from the technology perspective, but from the user end. And users are, you know, both those who educate, but also those who learn. So I think this is a good starting point to look at it. But as you know, Professor Oh, you've said, the target is moving. It's not static. So what we also want to look at is through some of these methodologies and assessment frameworks, we want to see where it's headed. And I think that's why the RAM that UNESCO is launching now in 60 countries will give us a good sort of a baseline comparative research in terms of what are the commonalities, but what are some of the things that are emerging that we haven't yet thought through when this was launched earlier and designed earlier in 2021. So maybe I'll stop there, but I'm happy to go into more of the youth, the underrepresented, and so forth later on. Thanks.
Okay. In the interest of time, maybe before we get to Ms. Mills, there Do you see the screen, the online Q&A, or is that shown only to me? Maybe. Okay. So let me add one more question before we get to Ms. Mills. So this is a really interesting question. So that's why I wanted to get to it. So I'm going to just read it. In the Philippine public sector, where political biases and corruption pose significant challenges, how can a comprehensive AI ethics framework be established to ensure fairness and equity in AI deployment while still fostering innovation? Specifically, what concrete mechanisms can be implemented to mitigate political influence and corruption in AI decision-making processes, such as data selection, algorithm design, and outcome interpretation, while also maintaining a balance that encourages technological advancement and address the socioeconomic needs of diverse communities across the country? So Ms. Mills, if you want to take the first question or the second question or both, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. I'll start with the first question. I think, as Kim has outlined, the opportunity for AI is huge, but also it has this potential to really increase some of these digital divides that already exist, both internationally, but even within Australia, we have a significant infrastructure issue in some parts of the country that even prevent people from having that full access to the internet, let alone to some of these more modern and emerging technologies. So I agree that's something we need to focus on in terms of the opportunity that AI provides. I think in terms of balancing that ethical use, that's a really difficult question and a really important one. When we look at political intervention in decision-making of government, it's not just isolated to the Philippines. I think that can occur anywhere in the world. In Australia, we have a strong focus in the Australian government of ensuring we have that these frameworks in place, as I've outlined, in terms of ensuring decision-making is made with understanding all of those impacts. However, it's not just about government decision-making. This is a broad ecosystem and also includes all of the industry players who are actually building and developing these systems as well and have that commercial incentive. So I think one of the things we're doing in Australia is our whole of economy approach. We're looking at some mandatory guardrails around the whole of economy use of AI, as well as a voluntary AI safety standard. And again, that really takes on board those AI ethical principles that I spoke to earlier and embeds them in how our commercial entities also operate in that environment. And I think it will require both sides, both the government and the private sector, to work effectively to achieve that outcome of balanced governance. But it is a really difficult one because often we can't even see the bias, and I think that's the starting point.
Okay, let's take one more question before we get to Mr. Sharudin's answer. There was a bunch of hands before. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zakaria Ismail from Somalia. Last June, UNESCO and the government of Kenya has organized the Eastern African Sub-Sahara Artificial Intelligence Forum that was held in Kenya. Kenya has presented their first regional or readiness assessment methodology, which they believe that they will help to analyze the gap that their artificial intelligence is facing on. So the question is, number of African countries are very behind when it comes to the AI adoption, and how this RAM, my question specifically goes to Kim. So the RAM, how it can help the other countries to develop the RAM, and how they can benefit from in terms when it comes to the adoption of their AI. And the benefits of the policymakers, what to do. Is it to start for the RAM, or to start for the AI policy, or to start the AI law? Because if we know that a number of African countries, they have not yet even imagine that they can go to the AI and to do some programs about that. So where to start? Is it to start from the RAM, or to start from the plus? Is it to start from the law, or lawmakers to start from that law? So we need to understand the process that we should go to go further for this RAM. And how UNESCO also can help the countries to do the RAM, because of this is, I think, their expertise are more when it comes to the regional or global. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this question was addressed to Ms. Kim, so maybe you can answer first, and then we can get Mr. Sheridan's answer to this, and there's a couple other questions as well, so please go ahead.
Great, thank you for that question. It just shows I would say, the breadth and the reach of the RAM, and I'm very delighted that there was a forum in Africa as well, with my, I guess, colleagues there. So the RAM was designed so that it would be global. It's not limited to any particular region. And the RAM is a comprehensive, if you will, 360 approach. So it really looks at every dimension of what you would want to really assess the readiness for. So there's a cultural aspect, social aspect, economic aspect, legal aspect, political aspect. It really goes through in very much detail, but it's also country-owned, meaning when we actually work on the RAM, we have national experts be part of that and lead that, so that we look at the assessments for that country, tailoring to what is needed. Why this is useful is we're not just looking at one country and leaving it there. We're really rolling this out across. Right now, 60. We hope to get more. As part of the recommendation that's adopted in 2021, all member states are part of this exercise. So once we have that, it will help us look at sort of the comparative, I would say, issues that might come up, some of the gaps that we see repeatedly, or some of the opportunities. As I said earlier, AI is a moving target. Technology is going forward with or without us, and we do need to understand where that the emerging gaps and opportunities are. And how we actually see this is this will help us build, what governments build, what the gaps are, including legislations. And the earlier example I gave around Chile was through the completion of the RAM. They were able to see some of the opportunities there, and the government was able to update their AI strategy, but also at the same time legislate a law that would help them encourage the development of the technology while also safeguarding and bringing the human rights aspect into their AI governance domestically. And this is what we hope to do for other countries as well. How we build capacity. Again, I go back to saying, to have this, we can't have AI wait on the side because there's no connectivity yet. These are dual challenges. I do believe that, and this is a recent conversation I had in one of the Southeast Asian countries, but we don't have internet access in all areas. So AI is too early for us. I would contest that. If you look at any given country right now with high youth population, going up to like 60% under 32, every single one of us use AI, whether we know it or not. Google is algorithmic, so we use that. So for me, the way that I would see this is, and that's how UNESCO is also helping build capacity, is to look at it as a parallel, I would say, target. You do need to build in both. And while we build the connectivity part, the digital transformation, digital connectivity, digitization, all that processes, we would also need to look at how do we work with AI technology that is not here to just wait for us until we get the connectivity. And while our youth users need to be also, not only youth, obviously, the entire population, but while we need to equip our population, so we're also quite aware of the misinformation, disinformation that is also spreading at the same time. I mean, I can go on for more, but I think in the interest of time, I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think we have this really one interesting question online. I'm going to read for the audience. I think Mr. Sheridan, you can see it in front of you. In the context of responsible AI use in the public sector, where data security is critical, how can ethical white hat hacking practices be integrated as a safeguard to identify vulnerabilities in AI systems managing sensitive government data and public files? Specifically, what regulatory, ethical, and operational guidelines should be in place to ensure that white hat hacking serves the public good without risking the exposure of confidential information, misuse of insights, or unintended breaches, especially within a landscape where public sector data is highly sensitive and often politically charged. I think you can interpret this, and I can interpret this in a more general way too, because you mentioned sovereignty of cloud and AI as well. So we do have this really big concern about data privacy, especially for really sensitive government data. So what do you say?
Okay. Speaking about ethical white hats, is there any real situation of ethical white hats? First of all, when we talk about generative AI, we need to own, for the government, the sovereignty cloud. We can't simply use the private owned cloud so that we can run our own data, use whatever modeling that we want to use. Recently, I managed to meet a team from Saudi. They own a sovereignty cloud with over 400 GPU, something like that. And they can run whatever model that they want for the benefit of the people. So sovereignty cloud is very important for the government to run, to use AI, especially generative AI in these days. That one thing. About white hats, there is no such illegal hackers are allowed. But if you want to use the idea of white hats to ensure the system are good there with all the security needed so that there is no breach of data, they still must comply with certain laws and regulations within the community of white hats. That one thing. The other things, once they manage or come out with their own studies after they are managed to do the white hats, they must be transparent. They must back to us, to the governments, to the bodies that are responsible for the cybersecurity. They must show to us and come with the suggestion on what needs to be done as to ensure that data is there and protected. Those are the two things must be implemented if we want to use the white hats as to ensure the server are there, are really good with all the protection needed. They are still bound with the legal considerations and must be really transparent in whatever finding that they have after that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, let's take one more question from the audience. A couple more questions. Yes.
Thank you, presenters, for your insightful presentation. I am Narayan Timilsina from Nepal. So my question is open-ended, so anyone can answer. So when I was exploring about the core element of public service, so I found equality, neutrality, accessibility, transparency, accountability, trust, and reliability. These are the core components. And one of our speakers from Malaysia, he mentioned that the AI do not know about the intent, meaning, and human value. And there is the need of human control over decisions. So in this context, so don't you think we are expecting too much from a tool or technology? So how can we expect a machine to be more ethical? If it is only a tool, so why we are debating on AI governance? Why we cannot accept that AI is a tool or an instrument of e-governance in the context of public service? Thank you.
Sorry, do we want to go in the order again, Ms. Kim?
Sorry, if I understood correctly, why is it that government or public sector is not able to just take AI as technology and leverage that to use it in an ethical way? Was that the question? Yes? All right.
So Ms. Kim, so as you are from UNESCO, UNESCO has developed 10 principles of ethical use of AI. So I can relate this question with that also. So what do you think about the ethical, how can we say that a machine or a tools or an application will be ethical? How can we make that? Because our presenter from Malaysia also, he mentioned that, and also in yesterday's presentation, everyone we accept that we need human control, yeah? So for decision making. So how can we expect AI to be ethical?
I guess the question is, how can we expect AI to be ethical? That's the question.
This is more a technology question, right?
Yeah, it's difficult to hear because of the echoing.
It's echoing from here. I mean, I think precisely because we have a lot of work to do, we are talking about ethics here, and I think we're really looking at the public sector because this is where it impacts every single one of our lives here, right? So it's the global population we're looking at. I think, you're absolutely right. I mean, AI is technology. And we're talking about ethics here, precisely because if you look at, I mean, this is one of the revolutions I think is happening, which is really completely changing the way that we think. And I'm sure that everyone in this room and many of us in the public sector as well use what we call the generative AIs, right? The chat GPTs and so forth. The question here is not that we're using it. I think it's really about, there are two sides to it. We use it, but we need to be equipped in terms of recognizing what the ethics are. What is ethical is the question, and the principles that you've seen, the 10 principles, are in a way guiding posts in terms of understanding what ethics entail, the normative side of things. There's a gender aspect, there's a diversity aspect, there's a fairness, transparency, accountability, and all that. But at the same time, I think our moderator mentioned, there's this part about the supply part. The supply and contents, that's not fully where we would like it to be. Therefore, we're seeing biases and algorithmic returns where we're not getting all the contents in there. So one of the data, I don't have the exact data, is that contents just by, when we Google, let's say, when we look up, when we search for something, it comes out in a gender biased way, precisely because of the content that's not there, or the content that is historically biased and it builds on that. So where this comes in is that we also have to work with not only the government and public sector, but those who generate this and those who build the technology, which is the private sector, the technology experts and so forth. And this is precisely why I think we've all been mentioning why it's so important to bring in different voices, stakeholders, and see how we can make that into a responsible tool that will benefit us, because technology is a technology, but how we use it and how we leverage it can help us either accelerate our goals to achieve by 2030 and not 2062, as one of our DESA colleagues mentioned yesterday, and ensure that we are going by our rights and choices.
Yes.
Maybe I can add on something.
Yes.
Talking about, I just mentioned about we use AI to evaluate AI, right? And there is a word yesterday from our speaker mentioned about guardrail. If you can Google about the word guardrail, which is something need to develop by every single country, which are intended to have to develop their own LLM. Through guardrail, you can simply minimize misuse of AI, especially on ChatGPT. From Malaysia's perspective, we can ensure that our constitutions matters embedded into our guardrails, racial issues embedded into our guardrail. So whenever the first prompt come from the users, intended looking for something which is a bit sensitive into that country, the guardrail come into pictures. Maybe those things can make as something which is compulsory to develop by the countries as to ensure the misuse of AI can be minimized. Thank you.
Okay, so in the interest of time, and I do want to ask my question, I will ask my last question, and I will ask the speakers to each respond to my question and also close the session with the final message that they want to deliver to you, the audience. So what I found, and we haven't talked about this in the discussion, what I found to be the key message is collaboration, right? So we have heard from all of these speakers, we need collaboration within the nation, collaboration across nations. When I do research, I have to collaborate, well, I'm in academia, but I have to collaborate with researchers and developers in industry. I have to collaborate with government officials in their policy making, and they have to collaborate with me and other academic experts. So I would like to ask, the main problem we are dealing with is responsible development and use of AI. And again, I want to remind all of us here that AI is this very powerful, potentially powerful tool that can cause harms, but also bring us positive changes. So we want to go in the positive direction for everybody, including the underrepresented groups around the world. So if with that really hefty but important goal, how do we collaborate? Who do we collaborate with? What are the tools for collaboration? What are the challenges of collaboration? And as individuals and as organizations that you represent, what is your action item? What are you going to work for? How are you going to get there? That is my question, okay, for around collaboration to the three speakers. So let's again go. Actually, we haven't, I'm sorry, Ms. Mills, since you're not physically here, I've been sort of neglecting, but I think maybe we should go with you with the Australian perspective first, and then we'll go then to Ms. Kim and Mr. Sharudin. So please.
Thank you. I think that is absolutely a key point, collaboration, as I referenced with the private sector. But I think for us in government, it's critical that we represent the views of our citizens more than anything. And so collaboration is key, but consultation is a key focus for us right now, is understanding how do people feel about our use of AI, how do they want to see it play out in their lives, and where do they not want it to be used. So we are currently, or we've just concluded a large consultation piece on the use of AI that will inform the next steps we take as a whole of nation approach to AI use. And I think that's key, is understanding how people feel. And then the next step, as you say, is how do we bring in not only the private sector, but academia and those that are really thought leaders in this space to make sure we're considering all those different aspects and not just powering down a certain path. And that evolving approach will need to continue, not just as our thinking changes and evolves, but as the technology changes as well. We are at peak hype, I believe, right now in terms of particularly generative AI. So there is a lot of focus, and that gives us a lot of opportunity to make some of those changes. However, it will soon become a part of the way that we do government business and live our lives. So I think there is concerns as well, but I do think that there's a huge opportunity, and I'm a technology optimist, I'll be honest about that. So I think in terms of to summarize and put the Australian perspective, we will be continuing to work with, as I said, with people and with the private sector, and making sure that our use of AI is ethical. And I just taking back to that question, AI can't be ethical. It's a tool, it's a system. But we as humans have the opportunity to take these really important principles we've spoken about and make decisions and determine where it's appropriate to use these products and not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kim?
はい、ありがとうございます。あの、今日は、あの、私たちの、あの、プレゼンテーションを聞いて、あの、非常に、あの、興味深くて、あの、そして、あの、学びがありました。あの、私たちの、あの、プロジェクトの、あの、ビジョン、ミッション、ビジョン、ビジョン、ミッション、ビジョン、ミッション、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビジョン、ビ
So it's a very big question. So I'll break it maybe into 3 layers. So as an individual, myself included, I think what's really important here, now going back wearing my UNESCO hat fully, it's about lifelong learning. We're learning lifelong and life-wide learning. This is a new technology. Each and every one of us, I think, can leverage this opportunity to learn, but it's also the responsibility of governments and community leaders as well to provide that opportunity. So I would encourage everyone to be a lifelong learner. Join me in that, in making this part of our everyday learning. And then let's move up to maybe the regional and the global together. Cooperation, that's what you said, though you said collaboration. I would actually add on cooperation and coordination, precisely because there are different interests. And the key here is to really make sure that the coordination happens to benefit all of us and to be able to achieve the collective good. So here, global forums, the G7s, the G20s, and also the United Nations forums in New York, but elsewhere, Paris and UNESCO and so forth, and ASEAN at the regional level. And I really look forward to Malaysia's leadership next year in terms of taking this AI technology forward, the governance side especially. But then there is one more thing that I'd like to say. It's really the normative standard setting. Advocacy, that's critical, and that's where I think international organizations like UNESCO, UN's come in. It's the norm setting, it's the advocacy work that provides the standards for nations and individuals to take on.
Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Okay, last word from me. From my own experience, when I try to run a model using the cloud computing, at least we need 6 months to complete the cycles, including the fine-tunes. Those 6 months would cost us almost 2 million ringgit. It's really expensive. So I'm really worried if this AI, generative AI, could make the digital divides getting wider and broader. So those are the things which always come into my mind. The other things are about collaborations. Definitely, as I show on the slides, the graph shows that technologies, new knowledge on AI mainly come from the industry. So like it or not, collaboration is there. There must be a collaboration. We must emphasize on the collaboration in developing of AI as to ensure the AI technology evolve according to the need of the people of the society, according to the world, not only focus to the need by those companies or conglomerates or those giants. So there is an element of CSR. The other thing is about education. Definitely, we should start with the education on AI. In Malaysia, when we try to start with AI, we introduce an program known AI for Rakyat. Rakyat in Bahasa, in English, AI for peoples. So we want to ensure that the people of Malaysia, citizens of Malaysia, understands everything about AI and their responsibilities towards AI as we try to minimize the misuse of AI. Then toward that, education, we need to train the developers as to ensure they are bind with all the frameworks, guidelines provided by either by international body or by the Malaysian itself. So I think the keywords is collaboration, education, training, as to ensure that the benefit goes to the end games, to the people, to the societies. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to try to summarize all these great points that the 3 speakers made and kind of try to deliver a take-home message for all of us, right? So first of all, the technology, AI technology, is so important right now. It's something that not one government can ignore, and at the same time, as Ms. Mills said, it's a huge opportunity. So this technological development is going to give us an opportunity for all of us to become better in some way, to solve some of the major problems. But we can do that only if we cooperate, we collaborate, we incorporate, whatever words, come together. We may have differences, but then we have to make sure that we are trying to all together achieve something positive with this technology. So, and it involves training, education, and thinking about different application areas. So all three speakers have spoken really, really great and important words. And so I encourage you to digest all of this really important information and think about in your personal life and in the organization that you work in, the government that you represent, how we can take this opportunity to really make a positive impact. So thank you everyone for joining, and thank you to the three speakers for this great session.
Let us give another big round of applause to Professor Oh for the wonderful summary, the speakers for the invaluable contributions, the information exchanges, and also all of the audience for your engaging participation. Now we will take a lunch break. So if you have not already done so, please go to the registration desk to collect your lunch coupons, as we are offering lunch boxes, or you may venture out to the first floor of Convencia for other restaurant options. And then we will reconvene here at 2 p.m. for the Learning Lab on Strategic Foresight and AI. Bon appetit.
Welcome back, distinguished participants. The Learning Lab will start in 5 minutes. May I respectfully ask you to take your seats, and whoever outside, please come inside for the exciting Learning Lab. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If there are somebody outside, please, I request them to come inside. And it's a very exciting session now. So once again, welcome to this Learning Lab on Strategic Foresight and AI, shaping forward-looking policies. I'm delighted to welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Marius Osthausen, Capacity Building Senior Officer, Strategic Foresight of UN Global Pulse on the stage or on the podium. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to have a bit of fun together. You did notice that the event is called a symposium, and normally in a symposium there are speakers and there's an audience, and you have been the audience, but we are going to flip that around. This is going to be a learning lab, and learning is not something that you do by listening. You actually learn by participating. And so in the next hour, we are going to do some thinking together about AI and about the policy implications of AI, how you can develop better policies. We're going to use a method to do that. The method is referred to as strategic foresight. Has anyone ever used foresight? Strategic foresight? I know one or two of you have. Show me your hands. I see, thank you. There's a few people. Scenarios, you've heard of scenario planning? So foresight is a method or a discipline. It's a bit like strategy, but the difference is with strategy, you start from the past or the present. With foresight, you start from the future. And so we are going to do some exercises together that help us think about the future of artificial intelligence and how we can develop better policies in the present to do that. And so what am I going to do with you in the next hour? We have a process. There's 4 stages to the process. We're going to start by talking a little bit about what is strategic foresight. You might find this interesting that the current Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, has a strategy for the UN called Our Common Agenda. In that strategy, there is what's called a quintet for change, things that will make the United Nations more effective. One of those in the quintet for change is foresight, the ability of the UN to think about the future, the ability of nation states or member states to think about the future, and then very importantly, the ability of governments to think about the future and bring that into their policy and strategy. So we're going to talk about what is strategic foresight. We're then going to use a little tool called the Futures Triangle. Now, I'm going to, in the next hour, introduce you to a whole bunch of different methods for foresight. It's a bit like going to if you've ever been to Greece and you have a meal, they call a Greek meal a meze, where they have lots of little dishes on the table and you can take from the dishes what you like. Have you ever had a meze? In your country or in Korea, if you have lots of little dishes on the table, what is that called? Bansan? Bansan? And so we're going to have a bansan of methods. We won't go deep into any of those methods because we only have an hour, but it will give you a taste of what methods are available that you may want to use in your own country, with your own government, with your own agency if you're in the UN system. So we're going to use the Futures Triangle. We're then going to explore some future scenarios of what AI might look like, and we're going to use those scenarios to identify the policy implications. And so those are the 4 stages in our process this afternoon. So the first thing to say is that there is no such thing, a little bit softer, not too fast. First thing to say, there is no such thing as the future. Interesting. The future hasn't happened yet. It doesn't exist. In fact, we as futurists, people who use foresight, we believe that there are futures, plural. This evening when I go for dinner, am I going to go around this side of the square and find a restaurant? Am I going to go around that side of the square? Well, it depends on the choices I make. And so there's no such thing as the future. There are futures. So we talk about what we call the futures cone, or the cone of plausibility is a more technical term. And in the futures cone, in the middle, in the orange there, you can see there is the projected future. Most of our friends who are economists work with one future. They call it a forecast, and it's the projected future. And if they are, don't tell them I said this, if they are wrong about the future, then they are wrong about the policy choice. You see the problem? So there's the projected future, the plausible future, the possible future, and then there's even the preposterous future. There's a future in which Soo-yoon's grandchildren are citizens of a new country called Mars. Is that preposterous? I don't know. They think that we might be going to Mars in 2 years' time. landing rockets. Oh, maybe it's not so preposterous. And so then there is the probable future, and then the green one there, the preferred future, the future that we would like to have. The UN recently signed the Pact for the Future. I think it's probably for the preferred future, the SDGs. But if the SDGs don't materialize, what do we then have? Oh, maybe we have the preposterous future. And so we are going to spend some time in the next hour exploring different futures for artificial intelligence so that we can develop policies using those futures. Now, it's important to understand, why do we have to do this? There was a very interesting man called Pierre Wack, who was one of the inventors or the fathers of scenario planning. And he developed this idea that what can happen to organizations is they develop what he called the official future. You see it on the top right? The official future. What is the official future? The official future is the future that everyone believes is going to happen. So I was watching Twitter earlier this morning. Is Trump going to win, or is Kamala going to win? Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask the Trump supporters, they'll tell you the official future is Trump's going to. If you ask the Kamala supporters, the official future is, or maybe Biden makes a comeback. Not so likely, right? And so what Wack said is that when people develop this idea of the official future, then around that future, they develop what's called zones of undiscussability and organizational blindness. You go and see the Prime Minister in your country, Mr. Prime Minister, we need to talk about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we don't need that technology here. We are in the middle of nowhere. Well, you might not believe you need the technology, but the technology might be there already. You might have a city that is an integrated smart city governed by an algorithm operated by a supercomputer using an artificial intelligence. Interesting. Just before I came up, I had a public safety alert from the city of India. So who's governing the city in 20 years? These are important questions. And so what foresight will allow us to do is to open up the cone of plausibility, or the future's cone. Instead of talking about the future, we can talk about futures, plural. We can talk in those zones of undiscussability and organizational blindness. When my son was about 5 years old, he came up to me, I was watching television, and he took my phone and he pressed the button and he said, show me the pipes inside my body. And I took the phone and I said, what are you doing? He said, you told me that when I eat my food, it goes through pipes inside my body. I want to see what they look like. But what was he really doing? He was using my phone to access an artificial intelligence to educate him about biology. Now, if I am the teacher at school teaching biology, the zone of undiscussability and organizational blindness is that there is a teacher who knows more about biology than me. She's called Siri. And she's already inside your smartphone. Interesting. And so foresight allows us to explore those zones of undiscussability. Now, we do that in this exercise today. We're going to do it using scenarios. What are scenarios? Very simply put, a scenario is a story set in the future that describes the outcomes resulting from trends, drivers of change, other impacts such as disruptions, discontinuities of current trends, and significant interventions. In other words, a scenario. I'll stay with the political example for a second. What would have happened if the bullet that went past Mr. Trump's ear didn't go past his ear? Would J.D. Vance had been the president of the United States? Interesting. Maybe Biden would not have left the race. Maybe it would have been a Biden versus Vance election. That is a scenario. In the year 2030, J.D. Vance becomes the president of the United States because Mr. Trump has a medical emergency. And as the deputy president, he gets promoted. That's the scenario. It didn't happen. I'm not saying it should happen or it shouldn't happen. I don't care. I'm not an American. I mean, I care, but I don't care in that way. It's a scenario. Why is that scenario important? Because if you are interested in the implications of American foreign policy, you better think about that scenario. The same is true of artificial intelligence. We heard yesterday that the AI, what's the word we use, hallucinates. What if the AI hallucinates about a political narrative in your particular country that is so powerful that people believe it? It's called fake news. It's a risk, right? And so if we have a scenario in which that happens, we can think about the policy implications of that. Now, we're going to do this practically by using first a little tool called the Futures Triangle. It's a very simple tool. You see it's got the three ends of the triangle. On the left-hand side, we talk about what we call the weight of the past. The weight of the past. So when you speak to my grandfather, he will say to you, oh, we don't do things like that. We've never done things like that. It's called the weight of the past. Legacies, legacy systems, legacy structures. Then on the right-hand side, you have what we call the pull of the future. My daughter, when she was about 3, we were watching television one night, I was watching the news, and she came in the room and she walked up to the television and she swiped her finger across the screen. And nothing happened. Why was she doing that? Because she's used to using a tablet where you can swipe your finger and the screen changes, and in her mind, if you see a screen, the way you interact with the screen is you just go there and swipe and it will change. What is that? That's the pull of the future. She's living in 2030. And with technology and society, things can change. We call it the pull of the future. And then there is what we call the push of the present, the current realities. Now, I want you to take 2 minutes and talk to your colleague next to you, maybe give you 3 minutes, talk to your colleague next to you and discuss this question. We've heard about artificial intelligence over the last few days. But for artificial intelligence to happen, it has to navigate this futures triangle. And what I want you to discuss with your colleague is for artificial intelligence to happen, what is the pull of the future? In other words, what is the promise of AI? And then in attention with that pull of the future, what is the weight of the past? In other words, what legacy systems or issues are holding back AI? I'll give you 3 minutes. Talk to your colleague in 2 or 3. Yes. Where does? I'll come back to that. Okay, 3 minutes. What is the promise of AI? The pull of the future? What are the legacy systems or issues holding you back?
Please join here. One table, please. This table, join here.
I see this group over here is having a live discussion. Let me quickly find out from this group the pull of the future or the promise of AI. What did you discuss?
So we just want to put it like in a very broad form. So pull of the future is ease of living. It's a very umbrella term where we can cover about, like in today's discussion, we tackled health and in terms of disaster management as well. So it's just of ease of living because everything's going to work for the humans itself, right? But then if we talk about the legacy systems which are holding it back, it can also have so many different issues. To begin with accuracy itself. There was a point that came out about health systems. Now if I talk about health systems and if you want to use AI to target maybe know about the probability of patients getting cancer, what type of accuracy we are looking for? Can you guarantee like it's going to give you a 100% accuracy rate? Another thing could be when we talk about carbon footprint, so there have been not a lot of study in understanding how training these AI machines and the amount of carbon input they give out, because companies don't want to do that. And there was a study I remember in Carnegie Mellon University, and where they simply showed that when you try to generate an image using AI, it produces the same amount of carbon output that's going to come from like charging your smartphone with a full charge, right? So it's just about ease of living, but we have so many things that we need to figure out before we can look out for that pull of the future.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I really like that term. The pull of the future for AI is about ease of living. It's really about making things easier, making public services easier, making data management easier, making decision-making easier, but then, of course, the way to the past, the carbon footprint, all the other challenges. Did you discuss anything about the pull of the future for AI?
We discussed about education, like how it could transform education. Would you like to add?
I'm thinking about AI is not going to destroy our education, but AI could improve the way we educate our people, by which AI could answer back to the question given by our kids, to trigger their minds, to think about something else, not the direct forward answer given by the AI.
Thank you very much. Interesting, the promise of AI, the potential of education. You know, I was reading recently about the role of information and education in human society throughout history. And it's absolutely fascinating. If you think about it, if you go back 1,000 years, how were people writing? How were they creating texts? And how was that text shaping the way society worked in religion, in government, etc.? Now we're going into an era where the machines are doing the writing, generative AI, and that generative AI's writing will be codified into our laws, into our processes, and it will fundamentally shape society. So this is what we want to think about when we talk about AI. Now, what I've done here is I have listed, and we can put the slides back up, I have listed some of the capabilities that AI is going to give us. Some of them came from research, some of them were informed by the discussion we had over the last few days, and I'll quickly go through them here. And these are the benefits, some of the promise of the future of AI. In planning, it can help us do better resource optimization and policy simulation. In decision making, it can help us have predictive analytics for our decision making. In data, it can help us data manage. In monitoring, it can help us do fraud detection. In design, it can help us do automation. In the service interface, we can use chatbots for customer service, etc. Now, what I want you to do, I'm sure all of you have a smartphone with you. You'll see there's a QR code on the right-hand side. I'm going to ask you on your phone to open that QR code. And when you open the QR code, you're going to see there's a very simple little website asking you to finish a sentence, to complete a sentence. The sentence is there at the top. In 2040, AI will enable us to, and I would like you to write 1 or 2 or 3 inputs on that website with your phone about how do you, and this is about you personally, how do you believe AI will enable you and your country in 2040? What will be the benefit of AI in 2040? And as you are writing that, what we are actually doing together is we are writing a preferred scenario. We're writing what we call a high road scenario, a positive scenario about how AI might benefit us in the future. Let me check. Is the QR code working? You're opening the website? You've got it? I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about how would you finish that sentence. In 2040, AI will enable us to, what will the benefits of AI look like in 2040? We're starting to get some really good inputs. in 2040. We'll wait for it to come up on the screen. It should come up on the screen shortly. There we go. In 2040, you can see all the inputs. Now, what is actually happening at the moment is you and I together, we are co-authoring a preferred scenario of some of the benefits of AI. And I'll read a few of them. I know the text is a little bit small. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. In 2040, AI will enable us to have safety and security, education. It will make things more sustainable. It will help us reach our goals. It will help us to automate life. It will help us to save more lives. These are all the aspirational ways in which you believe AI is going to benefit us. Now, what I'm going to do, because this is a symposium on AI, we are going to cheat a little bit in writing our scenario for the future. So what we're going to do is I am going to take a screenshot of these beautiful 99 different responses that we've received. And what I'm going to do is we are going to ask the AI to help us write that scenario. So this is quite exciting, right? You thought strategic foresight was about boring planning methods. Well, what we're going to do, we're going to take those inputs and we're going to say, imagine in a paragraph a scenario in 2040 where a small island state in Asia leveraged AI to achieve all these benefits. Now we're doing foresight, we're doing strategic foresight, but we're doing it in a participative way where all of us are contributing and we're using technology to do this foresight with us. And we're using a method called scenarios. There are many different ways of doing scenario planning. If you study the method, there's different ways of doing it. We're using one method. And so let's hear what the AI says that future looks like. In 2040, let me see if I can make that bigger for us. In 2040, the small island state of Sangora in Asia stands as a global beacon of progress, having harnessed the power of artificial intelligence to transform nearly every aspect of society. Education is sustainable and accessible and inclusive, enabling citizens to learn effectively and grow exponentially. AI-powered systems eliminate routine mental tasks and empower citizens with informed decision-making, enhancing resilience and governance while democratizing intelligence. That's a cool statement, democratizing intelligence. Citizens enjoy more leisure time and automation handles mundane jobs, improving productivity and satisfaction. Smart governance fosters a harmonious relationship between citizens and the environment, with systems facilitating decision-making, environmental management, healthcare transformation. So, who of you are moving to Sangora with me? I'm going to retire in Sangora, right? Sangora's AI-driven development has not only streamlined healthcare and gender justice, but has also made strides in overcoming climate challenges, creating safer, more secure society with a focus on building smarter communities. The island has become a thriving, empowered society with ease and efficiency, setting high standards for responsible, AI-integrated development in the region. Can you give yourselves a hand? Between you and the AI, that's quite a powerful vision. Now I'm going to give you an actual exercise. And when I asked you to do the exercise earlier, some of you cheated a little bit because you were shy. Now we have to be not shy and participate, right? And do the exercise together. What I've done is I have put 4 flip charts. There's a flip chart there if you'd like to put that on the table. This one over there. I've put 4 flip charts around the room. There's 2 over there, and there's 2 over here. What I would like you to do, it's going to take 5 minutes, is I would like you to go and gather around one of those flip charts. If you're in this area, there's a flip chart for you. This table here, you can go there. These guys here can go there, and then that table. And what I would like you to do as quickly as you can is write down a list of policy choices that your government would need to make that scenario a reality in your country. Now, you might say, I'm not a small island state in Asia. It doesn't matter. What would your government have to do immediately from a policy point of view to make that a reality? I'm going to give you 5 minutes. So you have to go across to your flip chart and quickly write down as many as you can. I'll give you 5 minutes. Just to repeat the question, what policy changes should you do as quickly as possible to make that scenario a reality in your country? What are the policy choices you need to make? Correct. The question is coming up on the screen. Okay, here is the question. I've put the question on the screen if that helps. Right. I see that this group over here has got the most colorful board of everyone. Or maybe it's this group. There's a competition going on here to see who's got the most colorful board. And so what we're going to do, colleagues, I see that this group over here is busy writing. Are you almost done with your post-it notes? I see you're almost done. As soon as they're done here, we're going to get some feedback from the room in terms of what you discussed. Now, as we're waiting for them to finish, let me mention, can you imagine yourself doing this kind of exercise with your department or your agency or your government, where you use scenarios for the future or the future's triangle to talk about policy choices? And so let's see what some of the feedback is that came from the room. I think I'm going to start with this group over here. If you could take us through your flip chart quickly and give us a sense of the policy choices.
David will. Go ahead.
Give it to someone else.
Speaker, there we go. We have a spokesperson.
Thank you for this mic, and I'm coming from Nepal and currently studying in Aju University in South Korea. And upon our discussion from this group, we came to the conclusion that in order to achieve the high road scenario, we have to focus on AI investment and AI governed agency that should focus on creating the platform for engaging activities that help us to get the inclusive environment so that all people can access to the facilities they want to live, like as you saw in the example of that island. And uses of innovation and AI-driven education supports us to reach that place. And also the government has to be accountable and responsible for creating this kind of platform, and like that.
Excellent. So quite a comprehensive bit of thinking there, right? From the investment to the platform, to the regulation, to some of the governance issues, accountability, innovation, and then use cases, which I found quite interesting. This group over here, similar, very different. What's your feedback?
Good afternoon. I'm RV Visal from UNDP Philippines. So I think majority of the post-its here are more on leading on education and building the capacity of the staff. And also, in relation to that is the youth participation in public policy. I also see some of the localization of AI roadmaps. There are 2 or 3 post-its for that, and also free, open, accessible AI for all. We're about education and upskilling and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. The other groups, I haven't forgotten about you. I'm going to get your feedback in a minute. But I want to illustrate something to you. Because we are looking at this preferred scenario, or if we go back to our slides for a second, because we are looking at the green there, the preferred scenario, we're designing policies that we believe will take us towards that. In other words, we're going to have investment, we're going to have regulation, we're going to have capacity building. I'm going to get the feedback of one more group, and then what we're going to do is we are going to challenge that preferred scenario, because it might not happen. Some other things could happen, and so we might challenge that scenario to see what else could happen. And so while we have that question up there, let me come to this group on the right. Your inputs, what kind of policy choices? Who would like to be our spokesperson?
The recommendation for the government to achieve this state, which is explained by the AI, is that there must be political stability, and there should be regulations in the R&D. Other than there is that all the population must be aware and must be educated regarding the AI and its development. And there must be an authority to look after the decision which the AI is making, that either it is in the benefit of humans or not, because AI can take control of if there is the situation which is explained there, so AI must be much powerful in that state, so there must be an authority to look over the decision which AI is making.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I really found the 2 points interesting about the need for political stability on the one hand, and the need for control on the other hand. Now, we're going to come back to those, political stability and control. When I was preparing for this, I looked at the capabilities of AI, but also looked at some of the risks. And we've heard about some of those risks in this seminar over here, or the symposium. And so what are the risks that could produce a low-road scenario for AI? In terms of planning, there's the risk of bias and discrimination. We've heard about that. There's in decision-making, there could be the lack of transparency or a black box making those decisions. In terms of data, you could have cybersecurity threats or ethical concerns. In terms of monitoring, you could have data privacy violations, the misuse of surveillance. In terms of design, you could have generative AI or agent-based AIs create harmful AI features. In terms of service interface, you could have job displacement, accountability issues. In terms of the system itself, you could have fragility, dependency, over-reliance on that system's automation. And then in terms of fairness, you could have the problems associated with the digital divide, creating inequities or inequalities. And so the question is, what could that scenario look like if some of those risks were to play out? Now, what I would like you to do is again grab your phone and go to that QR code, and I'm going to give you access to another question on the QR code, and that question is about this low road scenario or this negative scenario. If it were to play out, complete this sentence. In 2040, the risk is that AI does what? Complete the sentence on your phone. What could happen? What are the risks? How do you see those risks playing out in 2040? What's the sort of worst case scenario? What could happen? You'll see there at the top of the screen, there's a code. If you go to menti.com, you can use that code. I'm also going to give you the QR code in a second. So we're thinking about what are some of the risks or the downsides of how AI could play out. So far, we have 61 responses. That's amazing. You guys are amazing for giving so many good responses. In the first round, we had 99 responses. Let's see if we can beat 99. Right, we over 100 responses. So before we work with those inputs to the scenario, let me recap what we are doing here this afternoon. We're using the future, we're using scenarios about the future. These aren't true scenarios, they're imaginary. But by visiting the future in our imagination, we are creating what one of the great futurists called memories of the future. Memories of the future. The same way you can create a memory of the past, and you can say, I know what's the right thing because I have experience. I have a memory of the past. What foresight does is it gives you memories of the future so that you can make wiser decisions. And so what we're going to do, there's over 100 risks here. I'm again going to take the 100 risks, and I'm going to ask AI to help us to work with those risks. And what I'm going to do, because this group over here had such interesting observations about the need for political stability and what was the other one? Control. In 2040, or let me start by saying, speculate in a paragraph about a scenario in 2040 where a combination of lack of political stability and lack of government control over AI resulted in the risks materializing. How did that change the future? And we'll use those risks. Are you scared? Don't be scared. The reason we do foresight is not so that we can be doom and gloom. It's so that we can think about the future and act differently in the present to produce the future we want. This is interesting. Let's see what it says. In 2040, the once thriving nations of Alathea stands as a cautionary tale of AI's dark potential when left unchecked amidst political instability. With weakened government oversight, AI-driven systems began to dominate critical sectors, leading to a high rate of unemployment as machines replaced human jobs without ethical considerations. The lack of regulation allowed biased algorithms to propagate, deepening social inequality and creating polarized society where the digital divide was stark. Data manipulation and misinformation became rampant, fueling unchecked AI, which further eroded public trust in government and media. Without accountability, massive surveillance systems breached personal privacy, creating a constant state of unease and diminishing human agency. AI-driven decisions, devoid of empathy, that's an interesting one, devoid of empathy, began to shape policy, turning Alathea into a society where productivity was prioritized over humanity, resulting in a robotic, dehumanized populace. As social structures broke down under the weight of cyber threats and AI misuse, Alethea's future was marred by an increase in poverty, deteriorating mental health. That's very interesting. How does the AI help us with that? And a populace dependent on, yes, mistrustful of the very technology that reshaped their world. Scary, right? But that is an alternative scenario to the positive one. Now we get to the important part, because the point of doing the scenario is not to scare us, but to help us to think strategically. Now, when I asked you this question earlier, what is the breakthrough policy? You had lots of brilliant ideas. Now we have another scenario that we've imagined. And now I want to ask you this question. What policy enhancement is needed in your country to avoid this low road scenario? In other words, you had all these ideas for your policy. What I would like you to do is use those ideas. So this group spoke all about human capability, capacity building. Now you say, okay, hold on a second. That policy is not good enough because the future might not be that future. It could be this future. So how do you change that policy based on this other scenario? I'll give you a few minutes. What are the things you would need to introduce or add to that policy? to respond to that future? I'll give you a few minutes to discuss. Right. So colleagues, we are going to get a bit of feedback. I'm going to ask Probin if he would be willing to help me with this feedback. Probin, is it okay if I interrupt you? He's deep in conversation. Is it okay if I interrupt you to come and assist me for a second? So I am going to, as we get our feedback, I'm going to transport you to 2040. It's no longer 2024, it's now 2040. I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Probin, or I should say Dr. Probin. He is the Special Envoy for Artificial Intelligence Governance in the UN. It's now 2040. Mr. Probin, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Praveen, we have a special task team here who's been working on policy recommendations for artificial intelligence. If you would come with me, they are going to advise us about the future of AI and how we should manage AI governance. Colleagues, this is Mr. Praveen. If you would like to give Mr. Praveen your recommendations for policy, please. Remembering it's the year 2040. Who's our spokesperson?
Thank you very much. Because many people had the idea of education, sensitization, and investment, so we feel that the best way is for most of our governments to enact a law that speaks to the modalities on how AI should be handled with regulation when it comes to how they'll invest in AI, how to protect or sensitize the populations about AI, something to do with that, but enact a law that supports or accommodates anything to do with AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Praveen, I know in 2023, 2024, the UN had something on digital governance. Do you remember what that was?
In 2023, I don't exactly remember. I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember which one.
It's a long time ago. It's now 2040, so it's been a long time. Thank you. This group over here, any advice for the envoy on the future of governance of AI?
Yeah, we discussed a lot, and you said at least awareness has to be enacted, and the infrastructure, network infrastructure, especially in my country in Africa, we don't have that infrastructure, so we have to that. By 2040, at least we will be able to do that. And everybody, the government, not only the government, the people have to be aware of it, and trust has to be built. So that if there is trust, more trust to artificial intelligence, because now what we know is part of it, and saying that it is security-wise is not accepted and will not work on it. So at least if the government and the people are aware of it, that the benefit of it is half and half, so that we can control the security risk, it will be, that is what that has to be.
Thank you. Which country are you from? Eritrea. Very interesting. So creating a safe AI environment is not only about law, but as we heard, infrastructure, public trust, the willingness to use the technology. It's a complex challenge. We've had this group give us input. Shall we come back to this group? Your advice, policy for a safe AI future?
Well, so this is 2040, like we are discussing, right? So we are in the future already, and the damage is done. So if we look at the policies that we had back in 2024 when we started, so these were the policies we were focusing on. Now in 2040, since the damage is done, the main focus is still the same, politically, socially, and economically. Now, if we talk about budget and money, we did got the budget, we got the money, so we transcended in a way of developing the infrastructure. Now, our focus should be in analyzing, taking a step back, and seeing what steps we took that led us over here to begin with. Because it's very important to track your steps of how you ended up in a world where AI has no empathy and it's affecting in different zones. So that is one thing. Another, if we talk about education programs and awareness among like the idea of inclusivity. Now over there also, it's very important to understand how people are being educated, because if we are talking about future in 2040 when everything is out of control because of AI, so then people are also at an ease and they have this mindset where they've kind of become less productive and lazy. So it's again counterbalancing, watching your steps of how you have like let this damage happen, and then implementing ways to go all the way back. So the central focus is still going to be focusing on politically, economically, and socially. But the only difference is you need to find out the points where we went wrong and we ended up being where we are in 2040 right now.
Thank you. So the importance there of not just developing policy, but also monitoring and enhancing those policy choices. And we'll come to this group one more time, if that's okay. Enhanced policy options.
Thank
you. To avoid the worst case scenario, I think that there must be a superior authority, and we should invest in that which must monitor the policies which AI is going to adopt, and to make those policies more humanized, not to go like those policies should not go against the humans. Secondly, AI should not be independent to whatever policy it wants to implement that. Secondly, AI must be only limited to those areas where it can make ease for humans, not to those areas where it can make policies for humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our special envoy in 2040. Let's give Mr. Pravin a hand. So colleagues, as we come to a close in the session, I again want to borrow the two terms from that table. You reminded me when you said it should not harm humans of the medical Hippocratic oath, which says do no harm. And then I really liked your term, a humanized AI. Now, we've been using the AI to help us think about the future. And so what we're going to do as we close is we are going to say to the same AI, let me just make sure that that's visible to you on the screen. Yes. In light of the above scenarios, benefits and risks, write a policy for the Asia-Pacific region to ensure a humanized AI anchored, or humanized AI future anchored on the principle of do no harm. In conclusion, the policy aims to establish a balanced, ethical AI ecosystem in Asia-Pacific region that aligns with the principles of human dignity, equity, and justice. By centering AI in development on the principle of do no harm, this framework ensures AI serves as a tool for human betterment, empowering people across socioeconomic boundaries while protecting them from potential harms. Thank you very much. I'm informed that we have some time for questions. So I took you intentionally on remember we said we were going to have a meze or a buffet of foresight methods. You learned a little bit about foresight, the futures triangle, scenarios, risks, opportunities. What are your questions? What's on your mind? What sort of stuck out for you? What was your aha moment that you would like to share?
So basically what I think is in 2040, the scenario will be different. What we are talking now, because after 15 years back, we will be talking like we should have some global or universal data management governance framework. Maybe ITU or UN will be doing that, because without that it's impossible, because we have cross boundary data issues. It's a big challenge. So we may be talking about that issue at that time, because now we are talking about national data governance, legal part, etc. But we have to go beyond that. And another is, at that time, we have to think about the self-regulation part of AI, because government or one entity cannot control that. So if public can be aware on the AI implications, they are aware of the public safety, their safety, that issue will be more at that period. And maybe some countries will be updating their old legal frameworks. So now EU has developed their legal framework, and other countries like Nepal and other African countries, they are joining that and learning from their experience. But by that time, EU may have to change their legal framework because scenario will be different.
I completely agree with you that it's difficult to see 15 years from now, but it helps us sometimes to look 15 years back and realize how much has changed, to realize how much is going to change. And I'll give you one example that I'm thinking of. Some years ago, in the finance sector, you had a situation in an African country where a company wanted to lend microloans to rural women, but they had no data, because these rural women have no bank account. So what they did is, the women do have cell phones. So they took the cell phone data, and on the cell phone you have GPS data, where do they move? You also have the amount of airtime that they buy and use on the phone to phone their friends, and the airtime gives you a sense of their disposable income. And then they saw how many people does this woman interact with on her cell phone. Is it 5 or 6 people that she interacts with all the time, or many different people? Because they found that women in that part of the world who tend to move in a specific social circle of friends and family tend to be very responsible. And by using those 3 data points, GPS, airtime, and social network, they were able to construct a credit profile and make a microloan on the basis of that credit profile. So this is an example of a telecommunications company having the data without the client knowing that her data is that data. Why am I telling that story? Because I can imagine, as a futurist, in 15 years, you'll have a low orbit satellite using photographic and other technology with AI to create a data profile for you and me everywhere in the world. Like Google, it's the Google Earth or Google Maps of human behavior. And then the question is, who governs that data? Who controls that data? Which legal frameworks manage that data? And who governs the AI that uses that data? So that's an interesting scenario to start thinking about. I'll come there and there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. AI is Mr. Future, Mr. Support, Mr. Everything. However, with some red flags. My major concern is on the academic side, over-reliance or dependence on AI initiated information. Won't that be a threat to the human intelligence? Do we still need professors in the future? Do we still need people to go to school? Or this can just help us and the day is saved? Thank you.
It's a great question. It takes about 12 years to make a doctor. But you can have an AI with that same knowledge instantly, but no empathy. So balancing that's going to be tricky.
I also agree with the point on a human-centered artificial intelligence, an artificial intelligence that empower the communities, that empower the people, that brings creativity, that brings peace and harmony together. And also about the positive note on how artificial intelligence can help our Asia-Pacific to leapfrog our development for sustainable development. Like, we don't have to go step by step, but we can just implement the most advanced solutions in our local context. But this also means that we need an inclusion of everyone everywhere, meaning that we need a free, open, affordable artificial intelligence for anyone, for everywhere. Every young person, every woman, every indigenous people can implement their own solutions in their own country with the right infrastructure, with the right investment for themselves to make a sustainable world.
Thank you. A free, open, inclusive AI future. Any comments from this side of the room? Yes, sir.
Okay, for the last 1 or 2 days, we speak so much about narrow AI. I'm going to speak it as a narrow AI because it's specific on the use case, even on generative AI. How about artificial general AI, by which AI replicates humans? I believe if you read on the news, all the giants on AI pouring their money, investment in creating artificial general AI. So we're talking about the future, the foresight. I think that's coming into our sight now. They are developing artificial general AI.
Thank you. What the gentleman is doing is pushing our conversation outside of the AI box into the bioengineering transhumanist box. Because there is a future in which humans augment their own abilities using technology, like a brain-computer interface, and where we are interacting with AI and AI is interacting with us in a symbiotic relationship. That's a little bit beyond the scope of the exercise, but it's a very important set of questions to think about because there are obvious medical benefits to that kind of experimentation, and it is happening at the moment. And so maybe a place to stop is to leave you with that question: how do we create that more humane AI? There's a gentleman here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very good presentation. My name is Samuel Grunland from Nauru, in the Middle Pacific. I'm very interested in your presentation because at this moment, at this time, we're still developing this proposal in how do we foresee the future for Nauru in 40 years' time, exactly what you said. So I'm very hopeful you can share with us your software or how the exercise you've done. At the same time, this proposal, yes, AI will be included, but then there are certain aspects to the future in regards to the transportation, the infrastructure. How can AI be, intervene with this foreseeable feature? Because we're talking about maybe 40 years time, there's no transport, there's no wheel, flying saucer. How can AI be the one intervene that, or are we looking to a different scenario? Thank you.
Excellent questions. Colleagues, thank you for being such great participants and your excellent ideas. Thank you.
Why don't we give another big round of applause to Mr. Marius Oosthausen, he's seated over there, for his excellent facilitation, and to ourselves for our interactions. We have evaluation every day. There is the QR code on your table, so we'd be very grateful if you could provide us with your feedback. We will take a health break for about 15 minutes. And for those who will be participating in the field visit, you may meet our colleagues out in the foyer. They will guide you to the bus and they will lead you to the Smart City Center and the museum and Songdo Central Park. So I hope you have a great afternoon, evening. Tomorrow we will reconvene here in Grand Ballroom A at 9 a.m. It'll be appreciated if you come by 8:50 a.m. Thank you very much.